Good evening. Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. I'd first wait a motion to leave non-public and to seal the minutes of the non-public session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up, Val, will you please call the roll?
Mayor McEachern,
Here.
Assistant Mayor Kelly,
Here.
Councilor Tabor,
Here.
Councilor Cook,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Blaylock,
Here.
Councilor Bagley,
Here.
Councilor Moreau,
Here.
Councilor Lombardi,
Here.
all present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Val. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, no minutes to report, and on to public comment. Just a reminder that we do have the public hearing on the budget. After this, Portsmouth residents will go first, and we'll start with Francesca Marconi-Fernald on the police station.
Hi, Francesca Marconi-Fernald, 1000 Maplewood Ave. I'm here to speak about the need of a new police station that's long overdue. I want everyone to just take a moment and think about what an awesome city we're lucky to live in. What makes us especially lucky is how safe we feel here on our streets and in our homes. Why is that? Because we have a highly trained police department protecting us 24/7. They work tirelessly behind the scenes, patrolling, investigating, helping to prevent crime, and maintain order at our many events, and we expect them to show up quickly. They are more involved with state and federal agencies for security and emergency management than other surrounding cities and towns. Our fair city is growing by leaps and bounds, new apartments, condos, hotel rooms, not to mention the influx of tourists on a daily basis. I believe that these men and women who serve and protect us need a new facility that is mold-free and has good air quality in an environment that is safe to work in. The Working Committee has done a great job listening to the Council's suggestions and have gotten the budget right where we were asked to get it while maintaining a campus feel. Let's build a facility that will take us into the future for another 50-plus years. I know some citizens gave their opinion on the build-out from the station as ugly. We are only at a rough idea right now, and there will be plenty of opportunity for community input regarding the facade of the building. Let's properly plan for the future. We know we're going to grow some more. Let's make the investment now before the costs go any higher. We don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Next is Sue Palladora on various topics.
Good evening, Sue Polidora, Middle Street in Portsmouth. And I would like to speak today about this ordinance that is being considered regarding the solar panels. Ordinance number, it doesn't have one, but it's like, it says solar panels flush mounted to the rooftops of existing structures which do not require other alterations to existing structure by adding our number of another paragraph. Accessory elements to solar energy panels which do not require other alterations to existing structures. All right? Now, according to the HDC, this week, St. John's Church is going to be requesting to install a solar array over the entire annex building. Their annex building is, of course, not part of the is connected with the original building, which happens to be on the National Registry of Historical Places. So therefore, that building as well is associated with it. When it was built to look like a continuation of it. Now, if this, according to the definition of this ordinance, if approved, they could go ahead and do this without requiring the HDC's approval for the project, given this definition I just read. St. John was previously known as Queen's Chapel and was built in 1732 and rebuilt after the fire of 1806. St. John's Church, Portsmouth, stands as the oldest Episcopal church in New Hampshire, and in 1978 was officially listed on the Register of National Historic Places. Given this scenario and the vagueness of this ordinance, could we anticipate that places like maybe the North Church would also apply to put solar panels in the clock tower? Who knows? This ordinance, as written, can easily create more issues than it is attempting to address. Our historic district is worth preserving. It's only 2%. Please, I keep saying this, if you want to have more solar energy, go after the 98%, not after the valuable 2% that the city oversees. Secondly, regarding the budget, I would like to appeal to people that are watching on television that disagree with this. You need to make your voice be heard. This budget is totally out of line, is way more that we need, so please get yourself off your easy chair and come here when this is being discussed. We need to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Next up, Joe Calderola on HDC and solar.
Show and tell. So I repeat my name, I understand. So Joe Calderola, 170 Dennett Street. I'm here to implore that the council move that proposed ordinance ahead to a public hearing next time. I understand there's a possibility it won't move ahead to a public hearing. So I think the issues are important enough that it would be a very big embarrassment for the city to be so focused on energy efficiency and for the council to fail to move a proposal relative to it to a public hearing. There's been no opportunity to speak except for these 3-minute sessions so far. So this house is at 1033 Maplewood Avenue. And it illustrates the issues, I think, why this is in front of the council. Because this is a very nice historic house. It's beautiful Victorian, it hasn't been molested, it's pretty well preserved, and the solar was added to the roof. So the question is, does the solar power system on the roof detract from the historic character of the house? I don't think so, but I ask each one of you to think about if you think so. It was clear from sitting in the work sessions that there's a clear 4-3 majority on the HDC that would never allow solar on the front roof of the house facing the street. So that means that anybody who has a south-facing roof facing the street that wants to do something to contribute to reducing climate change will be prohibited from doing it. So that's the issue. It really boils down to, is this going to be allowed in the city or not? And even if you are offended by it, does the number of people that would be offended by it outweigh the public interest in having the solar installed? Because it's clearly been described as a goal for the city. So I wish the HGC had a different attitude. I wish the HGC had an attitude saying that we're going to try to make solar happen, and we're going to just manage to make sure that the installations aren't hodgepodge, you know, that they're balanced and symmetrical, all the things that architects think about, that they should be thinking about, that they would think about if there were an addition on the same house. But that's not what they're doing. They don't believe in solar facing the street at all. So therefore, I don't think there's any choice but to take it away from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next up, Carrie Votrot on proposed solar zoning amendment.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Votro, and I'm speaking on behalf of Portsmouth Advocates, the historic preservation advocacy arm of the Portsmouth Historical Society, located at 10 Middle Street. I'm here tonight to ask the Council not to pass the first reading of the Historic District Overlay Zoning Ordinance Amendment as presented, but to instead amend the language to adopt the version passed by the Planning Board at their May 16th meeting. Both the HDC and the Planning Board took your January charge seriously. They researched comparable ordinance language from across the country and reviewed industry best practices for the successful integration of solar in historic districts and on historic buildings. They drew language and content from expert organizations, including the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the National Park Service, and the National Alliance of Historic Preservation Commissions. And then they leaned forward, finding ways to further increase opportunities for exemptions and opportunities to streamline the review process while still meeting the purpose and objectives of the Historic District Ordinance. The verbiage that will come to you tonight as a report back from the Planning Board represents a true compromise between the Council's goal of reducing impediments to rooftop solar and ensuring mechanisms remain in place to protect Portsmouth's historic character. Advancing the Planning Board's recommended language demonstrates that this Council values expert guidance, and it shows that Portsmouth can champion both historic preservation and sustainability. To do those both well, it is critical that the HDC retains some review authority over the installation of rooftop solar in the historic district. We ask you to choose the path of compromise and adopt the Planning Board's recommended ordinance revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next up, Buzz Scher on the police station.
Good evening, Buzz Scher, 390 Greenleaf Avenue. I'm here to talk about two things. One, I think there's a misunderstanding as reflected in the article in today's Portsmouth Herald. The picture that was there and what's on the website is what's called a massing exercise. It was to see, to place it on the footprint and to see basically what the station, the size of the station would be. It was not an exercise in the exterior design of the station. So that's to come. We're not at the phase of designing the exterior of the station. I understand that some people don't know what a massing exercise is, but that picture does not represent what the station would look like if it's built. There will be windows. It will not be this gray, ugly block. So point number one. Point number two, I understand the council is thinking is going to be deciding whether to approve the location of the building. What I want to suggest to the council is there has been a lot of vetting of that location and the size of the building that's occurred that I don't think the council is fully aware of. The working group started with the 2014 needs assessment that was done now 10 years ago. There was a price put on that 2014 needs assessment, and that's where we ended up with anywhere from 62 million to 70 million, depending on where it was located. What the working group did then was chip away at that. It dealt with the variables of location. It dealt with the variables of size, all the variables that were possible, and went through 4 iterations of a needs assessment before it got to where it is now, which fits within what has been in the CIP for a good bit of time. I would also point out that in terms of the vetting, this is not a circumstance where the working group has been at the mercy of the architects. If you look at the makeup of the committee or the working group, the 2 individuals from the Department of Public Works, they've been around for a long time. They were involved in the building of the library. They were involved in the middle school. They were involved in the parking garage. They are not people who let's see how much money we can spend, and who are at the mercy of the architects. I know former Councilor Coviello was added to the commission. He was a strong opponent to the concept of $70 million for a police station. He is now at a position, as this council knows, of being in support of where it is. I'll be very quick. The station design conference that the chief and I went to over 4 days in Glendale, Arizona, we learned that the Peabody Police Department, which is building a building of 48,000 square feet, they're spending $70 million on that building. Salem Police Department, I think some of you know, is spending $38 million on a smaller building. So there's comparators out there that speak favorably of what the working group has come up with. I would leave the commission with this mildly personal note. Though many of you know my background. I used to be chair of the ACLU of New Hampshire. I was a public defender for 13 years. I've been at the law school working on criminal legal reform in the legislature for the last 30 years. You know, I'm not a person who wants to throw as much money as we can at the police department and at architects. You know, this has been a very thoughtful vetting process by the commission, by the working group, so I encourage the council to move forward with this.
Thank you, Buzz. Next up, Jim Lee on home ownership.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'd just like to call your attention to the fact that June is Home Ownership Month. 94% of Americans believe owning a home is part of the American dream, and 65.9% of Americans own their own home. In New Hampshire, that figure jumps up to 74.6%. So we believe as realtors that every family deserves the opportunity of home ownership, from building generational wealth to building memories for years to come. So thank you for that. And I'd just like to ask you to remember that June is Home Ownership Month.
Thank you very much, Jim. I appreciate that reminder. Next up, Esther Kennedy, Budget and HDC.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave, and I'm only going to stick with the HCC given the budget committee or public hearing. As someone who has spent time on the HCC and for quite a few years and goes to their meetings quite often, I really want to thank the HCC members for sticking it out through all this. I'm saddened at how they're being attacked. I was appalled at the last meeting the way Dr. Brown was attacked for one decision. These people are volunteers. They are saving the reason why people are coming to Portsmouth. People are coming to Portsmouth to walk down the little streets and see the beautiful houses that are historical. I see thousands of people go by my house every day, and on a Saturday and Sunday they stop in our little shop, and I hear how great it is. How can this council not support that? It's sad. Now, we get to solar panels. I agree. Let's look at what the planning board and the ACC kind of hammered out. But we've had solar panels. What is changing? Across from my house at the Fisk House, they have a whole row of solar panels on their garage. The ACC approved it. Out on the island, Round Island, a very historical island, there's solar panels. ACC approved it. They have been approving solar panels as long as they're appropriately to maintain our historical culture. And we should thank them for it. So the fact that they're getting attacked and being treated inappropriately is wrong. And I'm saddened. Because these people are making Portsmouth a place where people want to come. All you have to do is look at Portland, Maine. What happened to their waterfront when they became more commercial and less traditional? People don't go. With all the work down in front of Boston and the Boston Harbor that they've done the last 5 years, there's no reason to come here except for the arts and the history. And for you guys to trash people, it's saddening. I would hope that you would apologize to Dr. Brown for all his work he's done on the ACC and thank him. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Esther. Next up, Manny Garganta on the police station.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, city managers, and councilors. My name is Manny Garganta. I live at 471 Colonial Drive in Portsmouth. And let me start off by saying this is not about Sherburne. So, it's about the police station. Believe me, we need a police station. You know, these guys, these gentlemen, police officers need a safe place to work. I've been through there a long time ago when the former mayor put me on a commission. They need the space. Do we need this space? I don't know. A lot of you know my feelings. I sent a letter about the credit union. The credit union is 47,000 square feet. It's roughly 2,200 square feet less than this building out here. It has 3 levels. The lower level has 14,500 square feet. First level has 20,000 square feet. And the second floor has 12,000 square feet. It has 530 parking spaces. It has almost 13 acres. Maybe not all is buildable. That's a big piece of property out there. They're asking $9.5 million. They have private offices, open spaces, boardrooms, conference rooms, they have kitchenettes, break rooms, fitness center, 7 sets of restrooms, 1 set of lockers with showers, 2 electrical feeds from Eversource. If one goes down, they've got a backup. The place was renovated in 2020. It was built in 1974. Not being an engineer, to me, it's a good investment. I know they brought up this IBC4 that this new section has to have, or the rest of the building. I guess it's supposed to stop hurricanes, tornadoes, tsunamis, and other catastrophic weather events. I don't know what that means. Is it driving up the cost? We've had the hospital over here since, what, 1925, 26? We've had hurricanes. I don't think we've had tornadoes. It's still standing. And that was they never knew what IBC4 was. We do need a police station. Let's go slow, get these people what they need. And I know the council wants the police station here. Does it have to be here? We have an ideal building that's, I'd rather see that than whatever. But that's my feelings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manny. Next up, Francis Cormier on the police station. Francis is not here. Next up, Irish Mike, also on the police station.
Good evening, Mayor. It's really kind of despicable that the council is arguing. Oh, sorry, Michael Harn, Orchard Street. But it's really kind of despicable at this day and age that the council is bickering over the police station. This is something that should have got done at least 10 years ago. And like they're saying, they want to add on to like going back 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, they've been adding Band-Aids after Band-Aid to the police station. It was full of black mold and rodents. What's the guarantee that I can pretty much guarantee you I could go into the police station now and I guarantee you I'd find black mold. Now they want to build a new police station and combine it with the old police station. What's the guarantee in 5 years and 10 years that you won't have to go into the old station and redo it, spend millions more dollars? We do need we definitely need a police station, but that should be taken into effect. Like everything good that's happened to Portsmouth in the last 20 years, because the property value goes up. It's not because the developers coming in. It's because what the police did. You take Marcy Street for all the high-end houses for 20 years, 30 years ago, nobody wanted to go down there. The police cleaned that up. You go down the decks where Mr. Blaylock has family restaurants. You go back years ago, after 8 o'clock, nobody walked down there. It wasn't because developers went in there and spent millions of dollars. It was because the police went down there and cleaned it up. By John's Barber Shop and Daniel Street, there was a stabbing and killing that down there. You don't see that. It can happen, but you don't see it. Like when the contract came up, one of the chiefs brought it up. I don't know which chief. There was the police chief or the fire chief said, "Granted, I don't think this budget is where it should be. The police budget it's not where it should be. It should be more." And when they had the conference here a week or two ago, Councillor Cook brought up, well, I was in New York, and New York is cut down, being able to make different cutbacks. It's nice that you brought up New York, but New York is down, they're down 2,000 cops. They cut $1 billion of their budget. It's New York City. It's about as unsafe as it's been in 40 years. Every police station is 30 years outdated, unless you go down into Manhattan. Is the only updated police stations. And generally, if you see police walking around on corners with rifles, it's not because the city is safe. You don't see the police down in Portsmouth walking around with rifles. Generally, if they're walking around with rifles, the city is unsafe. So you shouldn't make a reference to compare Portsmouth to New York, but it's not a good reference. Or even Dover. Dover doesn't have the population Portsmouth has. In the summer months, Portsmouth population probably goes from 30,000 up to 60,000. You can't compare Portsmouth to Dover. It's not a good comparison, and they need to get the police station done. But if it doesn't get done this year, that price from 40 million probably go up to 60 million, and it has to get done this year. And it's time you start respecting the police officers.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, Peter Huda on police station committee membership and the HDC.
Good evening, Peter Huda, 280 South Street. So a lot to get to, and I'll try to talk fast, but not that fast. So I'm going to address the community policing facility that's on the city manager's items. Specifically, the part that says staff needs additional direction and assurance before proceeding with additional design efforts. Now, I've gone through and looked at the design, and I would find it very hard to move forward on what you currently have because there's a lot of information missing, and I had a lot of questions. But back to the request for guidance and staff direction. In managing the assets of the city as a city council in the best interest of the taxpayers, I urge the city council to move the school department to school department property at Sherburne School. Then reconfigure the city hall space for the police department, decreasing the amount of new construction and extensive cost needed. And just a plain note on that, the current rendering is just butt ugly. There's nothing else to say about it. I hope it changes. Next, this is a special note out and shout out to Councilors Bagley and Blaylock, who recommended a non-resident to a commission. I urge you to go to Article 4, Commissions and Authorities, Section 1401, Residency Requirements. Eligibility for appointment to commissions and authorities of the City of Portsmouth shall be limited to residents of the City of Portsmouth. You have recommended to someone, this is the first time that I've seen somebody actually recommend by a counselor who didn't know about our administrative rules. Yep, take a look, Councilor Bagley. And please note that. The next thing would be the next note on the city manager's item. I think it's number 2, character-based zoning clarification. Whoops. Council, when we rush things through, Councilor Moreau, we make mistakes. And this is changing an ordinance, and whatever you decide to do, it still is a change, and it will require a public hearing if it goes back to the planning board. Just something on that note. On the HDC, solar panels do not belong in the historic district when they are visible. I have a real hard time understanding who is going to make the call on minimally visible. I have read through all your descriptions and all your definitions, and it's going to come down to 1 or 2 people making the decision. And it's going to cause the same problem that it caused before. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Next up, Emma Stratton on proposed solar ordinance.
Good evening. I'm Emma Stratton, Executive Director of Portsmouth Historical Society. But tonight I am here in my capacity as the co-chair of the city's Arts and Cultural Commission, which is a 13-member commission that was newly formed this year. And we wanted to express our views on the ongoing process related to rooftop solar installations in our historic district. We understand that tonight's meeting will include a first reading of that zoning ordinance that will remove rooftop solar from the purview of the Historic District Commission, HDC. We oppose this proposal and support the proposed ordinance amendment language presented by the Planning Board, which was developed with the HDC. The Council's recent acceptance of the updated cultural plan that our Commission is responsible for enforcing emphasizes historic preservation, specifically in Pillar 5, preserving our historical identity. This pillar includes recommendations that focus on preserving historic buildings and collaborating with historic organizations on preservation efforts. It also specifically references working in concert with the HDC and others to support historic preservation. However, the Commission, our Arts and Cultural Commission, is concerned that the proposed reduction in the HDC's purview does not align with the objectives outlined in the cultural plan. Stripping responsibility from the HDC threatens to undermine the architectural character of our city that many people admire and cherish. Preservation and sustainability are not mutually exclusive. They can and should coexist. Properly integrated, sustainable practices can enhance the preservation of our historic sites. The Commission believes that by working together, we can develop solutions that respect and maintain our historical identity while also embracing sustainable technologies like solar energy. Ensuring the HDC retains its authority is crucial for maintaining the architectural integrity and historical significance of our city, which is a core value highlighted in our cultural plan. We urge you to support the cultural plan and the HDC by adopting the Planning Board's proposed ordinance amendment language to ensure responsible and sensitive integration of solar energy in our historic district. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Next up, Susan Dunnenberg, sorry, on the police station city budget.
Good evening. I'm Susan Dennenberg, 44 Wybird Street. I'd like to briefly talk about the police station. Having read the paper this morning, I agree with my neighbors and my friends who've said this is not the place for where the police station should be. Just because you can put it there doesn't mean you should put it there. The fact is that any building you put there is going to block light and air and change the whole landscape here. And I like Mr. Garganta's suggestion of another possible place it could go. Maybe we need an annex. Maybe it could go in the McIntyre building. I bet there's some discussion we could have about that. So I'm urging you to take a pause here. I don't know why it needs to be decided tonight when there hasn't been any public hearing on it, as far as I know, and think twice about what you want the landscape to be. I'd also like to talk about the city budget and the increases that I've seen. I've been a homeowner for 36 years, and when we first moved in, we weren't sure if we could pay the taxes of $1,800 a year, but we did, and now we're up to more than $72,000. The budget in Portsmouth consists mostly of personnel and retirement are the major costs. And then you add in things like a large building that you want to add to the budget. I think you need to look at what's a want and what's a need. And I think you need to cut. I haven't seen anyone thinking about or even talking about cutting the budget. I think you need to look at the population here in Portsmouth. Last I knew, 25% of our students were on free student lunches. We have a larger segment of seniors who are on fixed budgets. Not everyone works in the high-tech business and has a fancy job, and I think you should take that into account. Everyone in this town is not wealthy, even if you'd like to think so. A higher budget means that the landlords pass on the costs to their tenants. look at the bigger picture here. There's a lot of screaming and shouting about having affordable housing. Every time the budget goes up, you're not creating affordable housing, you're making it more difficult. So I'd like you to look at the bigger picture here and think about what you're doing with this budget and look about what could be cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next up, Nancy Pearson from Portsmouth on the HDC ordinance solar.
Hello, Mayor and everyone. So nice to see you. My name is Nancy Pearson. I live in Portsmouth. I am the board president of the Portsmouth Historical Society, a member of the Public Art Review Committee, a proprietor at the Portsmouth Athenaeum, and a former council member liaison to the HDC. So those are all the hats I'm wearing tonight. When I was on the council, I voted for every environmental and sustainability policy that came before us, but I would not support the changes to the ordinance regarding solar panels as written, and there's a few reasons why. First, it's not either or. Sustainability and historic preservation can live side by side in historic cities all over the country. These two philosophies coexist, and they actually do here too. As already mentioned, there are solar arrays all over the city already, including in the historic district. Second, we just spent an entire year celebrating the historic heritage of our city. Who can forget history lights our way? What if this council cracks open the door to loosening protections to that historic heritage, and councils after you come in and kick it wide open? Maybe instead we can think of our historic neighborhoods the same way we think about the environment and the natural world, both being special and deserving protection, both adding to our quality of life, and in both cases, once they're destroyed, they're gone forever. And last, as already mentioned, the city had adopted some goals at the beginning of the year, posted on your website, one of which was to support the needs of nonprofits, arts and cultural institutions, and that goal specifically mentioned the cultural plan. And I'm just going to reiterate what Emma already said. The plan emphasizes preserving our historical identity by providing for historical preservation, by preserving buildings that contribute to Portsmouth's unique character, and by collaborating with city entities and preservation groups. Well, we've got several members of preservation groups right here tonight, and they've already provided expert opinions on protecting the integrity of our land use boards, streamlining the process, and this is a reasonable and responsive outcome. So again, it's not an either or. With a spirit of compromise and input from the experts, that just didn't sound right when I said it. We can continue to protect the environment and protect our historic integrity at the same time. And just one final thought. The greenest building is the one that's already built.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up, Kate Coyle on the police station.
Good evening. Kate Coyle, 660 Middle Street. I stand before you confident that we have a universal goal of offering our city and our residents the very best community policing that we can offer, and that we make sure that our officers have all the tools and the facility in order to effectuate that so they can do the very best at their jobs. And I think I come before you with also a universal goal as, stewards of taxpayer dollars, that we're thoughtful in that approach. And as a member of the working group that is working towards the police station, the new station, we've had many working sessions with the city council, and during those working sessions, we've talked about budget, we've talked about a number of locations, and it's through this collaboration and our work together that we're here, where we have an opportunity to proceed with a true city campus, where there's accessibility across different departments and opportunity for more collaboration, more community involvement, and working together. I know that there's been some concern. Obviously, everybody read the newspaper article about there was some concern about the building. You can jokingly call it the gray Lego block. And that's why tonight is so important. Why is it so important? It doesn't make sense to spend a lot of money on design, exterior design in facade without a location locked in. The goals of in sort of this initial massing was to make sure the programming needs were met, and that it's only after tonight that the community can get more involved in the facade, in the landscaping, in the materials, in the green space. And as a member of the working group, we want that. We want that community involvement. We welcome it. This is it is going to be a community policing facility, and inherent is having community involvement. So I ask that you affirm the site location tonight, so we can move forward with a community involvement to build the very best we can for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Now, anyone on Zoom or any other participants? We have two non-residents. We'll start with Peter Gilligan from East Kingston on, I can't read the topic.
Writing isn't that good. But what I wanted to do was to call...
You just have to, the folks at home can't hear you until you get to
What
the
I
mic.
wanted to do was to call your attention to how sparkling this community is.
And pardon me, I don't mean to interrupt, but you just state your name again for the record.
My name is Peter Gilligan, 4 Autumn Lane in East Kingston, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
And I'm very pleased that you do allow us from outside of the community to make some comments about your lovely community. And I have gotten to know a few people here in this community, and they're always, they have sparkled up the community. They take their pride in ownership. And if you go around today, you'll find that there's a lot of houses that have been rebuilt, and they take pride in all of the tulips and all of the other accessories that they, iris and everything else that are in bloom right now. And I just wanted to call your attention to that. And I also wanted to, I got thanked today because I had Geno's, one of the people there, said, thanks for bringing a good day to the community. And I said, I'm always happy to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Your Honor, we have a resident.
Oh, didn't see your hand. Mary Lou.
Just going to take a minute, please.
Well, you have three.
Mary Lou McElwain, 259 South Street. My opposition to the police station is not a police station addition. It's the location. This is a gem. This space on the hill is a gem that once we lose it, we will never get it back. We will lose landscape, skyline, the view that looks across South Mill Pond, North Church, 95 Bridge, the entire scope that so many people have enjoyed. And this building is just too large for this space. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Lou. And we have one more speaker. Or was it? Oh, Richard Candy from York. Let's see, Mark.
Richard Candy, 6 Situate Road, York. I was coming here this evening with Martha Fuller Clark from Middle Street, but it got a little too late for her, so I'll do it alone. I serve on the city's Archives Exploratory Committee under Vince Lombardi. I've run the Portsmouth Athenaeum and the Historical Society off and on for the last 20 years. And about 30 years ago, Martha and I founded Portsmouth Advocates. I'm here to urge you to adopt the position of the planning board and HTC. I think simple renovation of that direction would solve an awful lot of problems. It is absolutely true, as Esther Kennedy said, that the city really needs an historic district commission. It's also true that historic district commissions all over the country have found solutions much like this of properly locating additions to roofs in ways that don't distract from the design of the house or other buildings. So I just urge you to keep this process of compromise going, and let's get back on track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Any on Zoom? Seeing no other hands, we will move on to the public hearing.
Your Honor.
Oh, is there another hand? Maybe I'm, okay. You guys got to put those hands in the air, guys. There.
Thank you, Councilor Cook. Andrew Simonis, 460 Richards Ave, and member of the Planning Board. I certainly have a great deal of respect for the councilors who have pursued this zoning and solar amendment. And we, as a planning board, and I, as a resident here, certainly want to push that forward. But I'd also like to emphasize the work sessions done to get to this point. I think that we'd like to perceive the context of how we arrived at this compromise and at this point here today. And it's been alluded to that we need to politically sell this amendment, but in all reality, I think what we're trying to do is make the HTC happy, make you all as councilors happy, and most importantly, make the citizens of Portsmouth happy. And this has been crafted by the people who care and work on this the most. They volunteer their time very intentionally and very carefully. And I have no interest in changing it, but the language that we have before you this evening as the planning board is the text that we should move forward. And because we can't take all of the action at once, but we do have to start. And I think what we have here tonight is the right action to start with, and then take necessary subsequent action there forward and make revisions as necessary. So what you read tonight is really important to understand that both the HCC, Portsmouth Advocates, and the Planning Board have done this incessantly with great deal of care, and we feel like this is at a point that it's ready to move forward, and we certainly appreciate your consideration and acknowledgement of that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, now I'm putting my serious eyes on any other folks that would like to speak at public comment. I'm going down, don't see it. All right, if you were hoping to speak about the budget, okay, nope, okay. If you were hoping to speak about the budget, you now have that chance. We have the continuation of the public hearing, and unlike public comment, you only have to keep the timer of 3 minutes in your heart as you speak. It won't be on the podium, so please rise and speak to, for, or against the budget as proposed.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, city councilors. My name is Byron Matto at 17 Fields Road, member of the Portsmouth School Board. I'm here to make clear that my position is that the City Council should fund the budget passed by the school board. This includes an affordance for modular classrooms at Don Darrow in 24 and 25. There are two main reasons for this. The first, and the most important, is that we have not had any public dialogue on any alternative that would involve moving students or families from the district they are currently in. There has been conversation between board members about possible solutions. There have been suggestions of potential solutions in this context, but none of these solutions have seen the light of day, as it were. We have not focused as a community on what the path should be. We've had no public hearings, no work sessions, nothing of this nature. I hope this council appreciates the need to involve the community on this process. Secondly, in speaking with the school administration, it is their position that it is not feasible to execute a plan to move students within the given time frame. It is June 3rd now, school will be out on the 17th, and the staff will follow shortly after. I think it would be irresponsible to push them to move students this year. For me personally, I would love to find a solution as quickly as possible that is optimal for our students. And the problem solver in me will and has spent countless hours over the past weeks parsing the enrollment data and creating tools that will help see the various dimensions of this data so that we can find the optimal solution. Be that as it may, and given my need and my internal struggle to find a solution now, it is not responsible or reasonable to overlook the absence of public dialogue on whatever that solution might be. That, in addition to the administration's position that they cannot execute on a solution involving moving students before the fall, lands me with the following. Fund the modular classrooms for 24-25. We will involve the community in a thoughtful, holistic process to fully glean and synthesize the concerns of our families. The school board and school leadership will work to find a long-term sustainable solution for 25-26 and beyond that will minimize the transitions and the disruptions our students will have to go through. We all know that our students have gone through a learning environment during COVID that has caused harm, learning loss, and disruption. I'm so very proud of my son and daughter who have navigated with grace these trying days. And I'm sure the parents here in Portsmouth feel the same way. I hope this makes my position clear. The school board in aggregate has made clear its position on this twice, and by all accounts, that has not wavered. A gentleman I have a great deal of respect for said to me, "Our goal is to represent Portsmouth." I am firm that this position best represents Portsmouth at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron.
Good evening. My name is Tish Campbell. I live at 322 Lafayette Road, and I'm also a Portsmouth School Board member. I'm speaking tonight to ask the City Council to approve the complete school budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. With the ESSER funds expiring soon, we are already losing 5 positions in the school district. During the few months that the school board worked with the school administration on the budget, the focus was on what is best all around for the students, teachers, staff, and district. The school budget includes such things as adding a maintenance supervisor to support our facilities director and increasing a part-time nurse at Portsmouth High School to a full-time position. In an effort to make all 3 elementary schools equitable in student population, there was much discussion around redistricting and modular classrooms. This is a passionate topic for everyone involved. The school board unanimously voted in support of the modular classrooms as a solution for the upcoming school year. Modular classrooms are not new to the Portsmouth School District, as I'm sure most of you already know, and some of you may have attended Dondero when the modular classrooms were present. There are many components involved with redistricting, as I am personally learning as well. Redistricting is going to affect many Portsmouth families. We want to make sure that it is done using the population data acquired by the redistricting committee and keeping the students, schools, and community needs in mind. It would be a difficult task to form a complete redistricting plan in the next couple of months and reach our goal of creating equity among the elementary schools properly. I'm asking the City Council to support the decision made by the school board for this temporary solution and the entire school department budget. Thank you all for your consideration and dedication to the City of Portsmouth.
Thank you, Tish. Any other speakers to, for, or against the budget?
Good evening again, Peter Huda. I do have something for you to look at I only made 9, so if somebody could share with the city manager, that'd be great. So I'll wait till everybody gets theirs. Basically, I'm going to continue where I left off last time, which was on the Public Works Department and parking and transportation. So in the budget, in the agenda tonight, I did not see any cuts, any description of anything, so I have to make the assumption as a resident that you don't have any, or you haven't asked any questions. Since I was really cut off last time when I was speaking about Public Works, I thought I'd bring to your attention the fact that from what my research showed me, we only have in New Hampshire, in Concord, one other parking fund that is a special revenue fund. And before you have their description and their org chart of how many people they have in theirs and how many people that we have in ours. It also went down and described what the duties are and what the duties are of the other departments that relate to basically, you'll see the new department that we just created, the lines and signs. You'll see the 2 parking garages that they have that is like ours. The other thing I would like to bring to your attention is I added a piece in there from the census. That's the source. Basically, their population is double of what ours is. And this is the size of their parking revenue fund. The other thing that I would like to bring to your attention is, just like us, they have 2 parking garages. So the question still becomes, are we spending money or asking for money that should be in the general fund and spending it in a special revenue fund? The other thing I'd like to call to your attention, and this is for city management, there is a governmental accounting pronouncement related to this. The Governmental Accounting Board thought it was that important that they put out pronouncement number 54, and basically this discusses special revenue funds and what they need to be used for and how they are restricted. This is for your information. I did not hear any questions. I did not hear any cuts. I just want the Portsmouth public to know that in the packet tonight, we started out at 144, 861, 347, and that's where we are. So it would be great if we could hear any kind of questions or anything from the council. The other thing I'd like to remind the residents of Portsmouth of, if you go to your budget book on page 146, it outlines the property tax increases from FY18 to FY25. In the last 3 years, we have gone up $14,973,003. So I urge you, council, a lot of us have asked a lot of questions that haven't been answered. Hopefully you're asking the same questions and you're going to get some answers. Again, I want to make note to the residents and to the council. Your FY23 budget came in with a surplus of $7.2 million. It was in excess revenue over estimate, and it was in expenses. We don't know what 24 is. They're still working on it. It's probably done at the end of this month. Again, that would cover the increase that's in here now. So please think carefully and ask a lot of questions, and hopefully you'll get answers to the questions that I asked last time. Or the only thing I could assume as a resident is that you are satisfied with the answers that you got. When I asked the question last week of why the parking administration in Foundry Garage was up 150% in regular salaries, that should have triggered something with you. It did with me. And hopefully we have answers for those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. So I've been here now quite a few nights talking about the budget and asking you to really look at it. I had an interesting conversation with a couple new people that have moved into our community. One nice older couple, which seems to be the general census right now, older people moving into Portsmouth, or have just bought a house over on Beverly Hill Road, that development off there. So we asked him, what was it like? And he said most of the people there are retired. However, there's a few couples there with infants, and then there's a couple families, one family I think, that had teenagers. Up on Lafayette Road, I went to a little cocktail party at one of our new developments. Met a nice couple, nice people, and they were actually upset about some of the developments that might be coming up on Lafayette Road. But again, they were retired people moving here. So I've come to the conclusion that for the most part, everyone is on a fixed income. Maybe a few of us that are still working in the field are getting some kind of percentage increase. But whether you're on a fixed income and your social economic level is lower and you're on Social Security, which I showed you the data from last time, the numbers, and how you were going to take a huge percentage of any increase they were going to get in Social Security. But even if you are of a more upper middle class or high class, you're still on a fixed income. So folks, we have a whole population, for the most part, that is somewhat on a fixed income. Because even if you're a family of 4, unless you got an increase in your wages, which we're seeing that it's not happening right now, you're still on a fixed income. And yet you folks are raising our taxes, our water, and our sewer. Now I have stood up here and said, please, please look at the positions. This council has added 42.42 positions in your tenure. That's a lot of positions. And we know employees are our biggest cost. And I have not heard any discussion. I'm glad the school board talked about the 5 positions that were in the IRA funds. But I have not heard anyone discuss maybe looking at people retire. I'm not asking you to fire people or let people go. I'm saying when people retire, look at what the needs are. And the other thing I noticed in the budget is your contracted services have gone up substantially. So not only has your employees gone up, which is a big cost, but your contracted services have gone up. So where does it stop as a taxpayer? When is it going to change? And as Ms. Huda has said, we haven't heard much discussion. We have given you ideas and thoughts. We have presented our opinions. You haven't had much discussion. You've accepted the budget as it is, and I commend the city manager. She puts back the highest budget she can put in front of you. And that's what a good city manager should do. That's what a good superintendent should do. But then it's up to those that we voted for to make some decisions. And you haven't. And that's sad. Now, I have questioned the Dondero addition, I like to call it, and I would hope you would continue to question that and look at your school population numbers. Because in some of these new developments, I'm not seeing the children. I'm seeing a lot of single people that are coming down to the marina and going kayaking. I'm seeing retired people that have moved into our neighborhood. So I ask you to look at your data, research it, and decide, do we really need an outer building that will form not the best classroom? So I'm hoping that tonight we can hear some discussion. I'm hoping tonight that you will take the city manager that she should put forward a very high budget and that you'll make some nice cuts in it so that those people that are on the fixed income, which I've come to the conclusion is pretty much everyone in Portsmouth, will not be bogged down by extra taxes and water and sewer and on their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Any other speakers on the budget?
Your Honor, we have one hand on Zoom.
Great.
Nancy Clayburgh, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nancy Clayburgh. I live at 405 FW Hartford Drive, Portsmouth. I would like to speak about the school budget. As you know, reflects a 6.5% increase over last year. I spoke to you the last time about how crucial the school board feels that this percentage increase is necessary to maintain the high quality of service we provide to our students. You are probably tired of hearing about how school districts continue to experience negatives due to COVID. Unfortunately, it's a reality. We continue to be plagued by mental health issues and academic issues as a result of the worldwide pandemic that truly changed all of our lives. I won't review all the positions that we feel are necessary because I spoke about that the last time. But what I would like to briefly review is the very positive status that our Portsmouth schools enjoy throughout the state of New Hampshire. According to U.S. World News Report, Portsmouth High School is rated number 15 out of 93 high schools in the state. And according to another service called Niche, Portsmouth High School is the 5th best high school in the state out of 96 high schools. New Franklin is the 2nd best elementary school in the state. Again, that's U.S. News and World Report, with 439 elementary schools were rated. Little Harbor was number 11. And remember, both Dondero and New Franklin were awarded Blue Ribbon Elementary Schools, a huge, huge honor. Portsmouth Middle School was number 13 in the state, according to U.S. News and World Report. Please, please keep these very impressive statistics in mind when you are considering the school budget. To maintain this high status, the school board feels that a 6.5% increase is absolutely necessary. Thank you so much for all the time you devote to our city. It's deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Any other speakers for public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on the budget and wait for discussion and proposed budget resolutions. Resolution number 5-2024 municipal fees.
Your Honor, I move to adopt resolution number 5-2024 municipal fees.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have several questions on municipal fees tonight, so please bear with me. The first question I have is around the fees that I know we've already adopted around outdoor dining this year. It says clearly that there's no proration on fees for this year, but I've noticed several of our restaurants downtown don't have their outdoor dining in place yet, but they're in process. How does that work when the challenge is that it just hasn't gotten through the city process yet? Do we still not prorate for them?
I would have to ask on an individual case-by-case basis. It could be that some were very late entries, and as such, they are treated in the manner when they were received. But to answer your question more fully, I'd need to better understand where everyone is in the queue and when their applications came online. But prorating in concept is something we would certainly consider, depending on when someone was able to take advantage of outdoor dining.
Thank you. My second question is around several increases in fees, specifically in the planning and HDC and zoning areas. Why are we increasing fees specifically in this area? Is it a processing challenge or increased costs around processing?
That's a good question. Peter, I would ask the Planning and Sustainability Director, Peter Britz, to come forward. He could probably answer that a lot better than I could.
And I can elaborate. There were increases around subdivision costs, residential units costs, ADU costs, costs for appeals and rehearings, applications for work sessions. So there were just a lot of increases in all those fees.
So the approach that we took in raising the fees this year were specifically on fees that hadn't been raised in quite a few years, and we'd seen quite an increase in some of those areas. So we tried not to raise fees in fees that have been raised in the last few years. Some of those fees that you're referring to have been 5 or more years that they've been raised before. So we were trying to even things up. But I don't, specifically, I'd have to go back and look to give you a more specific answer.
All right, thank you. And then my next question is around encumbrance fees. How do we calculate encumbrance fees, specifically if it's not an application that's using a space over 31 days, it's not for outdoor dining, which also has a separate ordinance, and it's for something that's an event that's not a theatrical parade or open air meeting? How do we determine the fees associated with that, and also policing needs and the fees associated with that?
Again, it is on a case-by-case basis. We do certain encumbrances for dining. We do certain encumbrances for when work is being done to a building. We do certain encumbrances for special events. So I would have to know what's the example you're speaking of to be able to answer it articulately.
I'm thinking for large events downtown. For example, Market Square Day that's coming up this weekend. We have a lot of events that encumber space, but I'm not really clear on how we calculate the fees for those types of events.
Well, typically, and Market Square Day is not a good example of this, we do calculate based on square footage of public realm encumbered. In the event of Market Square Day or an event that involves certain city resources, we certainly charge for police detail. We have charged, as was the case starting last year with Public Works detail, with several of the events requiring several folks on overtime with vehicles to be placed in the event. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it really does depend on the type of event and the area and the amount of resources applied to the event.
All right. Thank you. This is just something that I'm trying to make sure I have clarity on in the future, because I do get a lot of questions from organizations that are asking how we do this, and I wouldn't be able to answer those questions, and I didn't see it in the fee list, so that's where I have these questions. And my last real set of questions is around yard waste disposal. I first wanted to say thank you to the Fee Study Committee for recognizing contractors in this and setting a fee for contractors. I think that that's really important. But I do have a question around that. How do we determine if someone bringing, say, for example, yard waste to the transfer station, if they're a general contractor, or especially if they're a resident who works as a gardener, say, during the week, but this is yard waste from their yard, how do we determine that that's contractor fee versus residential fee?
That's a great question. I would have to ask folks that are charged with assessing that determination at the transfer station. So I would ask for Director Rice to come forward from Public Works, if you would.
And I should note that I'm asking this because I have had this question asked of me by a resident that was in this situation in the past. And so now that we have a fee set up for contractors, I want to make sure that I can provide an adequate answer around that.
Sure, yeah, and we've had fees in the past for the contractors. We've just created a new fee so that it's a half a truckload versus a full truckload. We start with the resident sticker, and our staff are pretty knowledgeable and they know the people coming and going. There are individual homeowners that are landscapers as well. Typically we encourage them to put the bags of material at the street where they're doing the work, so they don't bring it back to their house and then dispose of it, because we will pick up people's yard waste on the street. And just whether it's by a contractor or whether it's themselves, it's on the street, it'll get picked up. So there may be instances where an individual contractor gets away with something. Our staff can't catch everything, but they try to stay aware of repeat people coming back and forth, multiple times, and do catch them periodically. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Peter.
Councillor Lombardi.
Just a very general question. As a rule of thumb, are all the fees basically based on actual expense? I mean, is the fee covering the cost to the city?
Historically, that would be the way that those are derived, and certainly the administration of the particular event that requires a fee is calculated in that. But we also want to make sure that we are covering costs, but in an equitable manner. These things don't make money per se, but if there are fees associated with something, they are tied to costs associated, and that includes administration.
I know the discussions in the EDC were when we were talking about outdoor dining. They wanted to make sure that the fees covered all aspects of what that meant, and so I just wanted to extend that to all the fees and understand that.
Councillor Moreau.
It was brought to my attention and asked about the, I believe we contract out to have plans brought to the registry for recording, and we're charging $150 per plan, even if they're all on the same property, so that would mean they'd all actually travel together. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's a way we don't in our fee list actually say what it's per, it just says plan. And so if we could be a little bit more direct on how we explain it and make sure that, we're covering our costs and making sure we properly explain it to people, I think it would be very helpful.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Further questions and comments on the municipal fees? I'll now call for a roll call vote.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Councilor Tabor?
Yes.
Councilor Cook?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Blaylock?
Yes.
Councilor Bagley?
Yes.
Councilor Moreau?
Yes.
Councilor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Next up, resolution number 6-2024, general fund expenditures.
Your Honor, I would make a motion to adopt resolution number 6-2024, general fund expenditures.
Second. Any discussion? Councillor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. I first want to state that I do support the school budget and the modular classrooms. We've had a number of emails and parents reach out to us. I think it's obviously not ideal that we need modular classrooms, but I think it's the least bad choice we can make. So I support using them for the next year so that the school board and the redistricting community can go forward with the public outreach that's needed before we redistrict students from their cohorts at their existing schools. That being said, I still have issues. I do acknowledge that the council did accept a number of my CIP reductions, but I do have concerns about the level of funding in the CIP in this budget.
Specific to?
Primarily the police station in Prescott Park.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was hoping to ask a question of our superintendent, if I could, around the modular classrooms.
I believe Dr. McLaughlin is here.
Thank you so much for coming and being willing to answer our questions.
Yeah, of course.
I specifically
had been informed that there are potentially some other classrooms at the Dondora School that are being utilized by specials programming, say language or band or that type of programming. My question is really, is it possible to utilize those classrooms for a full-time classroom for students and to move specials around within the building at other times of the day?
Anything's possible. I think our kind of analysis has been that would be overly disruptive to those other programs, and we really feel like what we're trying to go with the temporary classrooms is to just deal with that acute issue for this year, and then be in a position to have a long-term solution. But yeah, anything is possible. My concern is some of those spaces are not designed like typical classroom spaces, and would introduce some issues in terms of being able to utilize in the way in which we would want.
Can I ask one follow-up?
Sure.
So specifically when you say that they're not designed like a typical classroom space, are we talking about as far as size, number of students that they would hold,
Yeah.
or availability for blackboards?
So I've had some parent outreach about a space that we use for Italian, for example. So we have an Italian teacher who rotates through the elementary schools, but it's a space with no windows. We could put students in that space, but I would prefer not to use that type of space for kids year long within it. We could, if we're going to repurpose the music room, I think there's some logistical challenges, and you could fit a classroom into the music room, but I think there's logistical challenges in how we would do musical instruction if you're trying to do that on a cart moving around a building. And those are the two primary spaces I think that we would look at as alternatives, and both of them present different challenges in terms of delivering programming.
Thank you.
Yep.
System Mayor.
Thank you. This is for you too, Zach.
Yeah.
I was hoping that as we have discussed over this budget season, since the budget was presented to us about modular classrooms, could you give us a little rewind of the last year and a half, maybe since you've come on 2 years, of the timeline of the discussions, if redistricting has been discussed before, how many times,
Sure.
And if so, in the past, if it has been discussed, why, the question of why has there not been potentially more outreach to that school population? In reference to, we received several emails from parents that felt like they had either reached out to the internal administration at the school or the school administration and felt that they were not surprised that we are now at this issue, but it is being presented potentially or perceived by some people that the school board or the administration is saying like, oh, we got here and we are not really sure kind of
Sure.
where we're going to go from there.
So I think we talked about this at the work session, but I can walk back through that timeline. So I came in July of 22. Can't speak a lot to. I know you've referenced in 2019 there was some discussion pre-COVID. I can talk to once I come in. The board in the fall of that year created a study committee to look at whether or not redistricting would be necessary for fall of 23. There were, I think, 4 board members who sat on that committee. They did a variety of outreach to some stakeholders. They had conversations with people in real estate. They talked with building principals. They looked at kind of our class sizes, and ultimately came to the conclusion that it was not necessary for this fall to have redistricted, and that was probably a multi-month process that involved them. At the conclusion of that process, though, they did not say whole-scale redistrict, but they did end up looking at properties that were newly coming online in the community. I think we talked about this before. Parsons Woods up on Beverly Hill, to the 3 properties on Kate Street Landing, K Street Place, K Street Landing, West End Yards were all allocated to Little Harbor, where we started to see a decline in enrollment. So there were some steps, there were proactive steps that were taken by the board. And we also talked about, I think at that last meeting, that when the results so far of that allocation of those new properties even though there's a lot of units that we're talking about. I think I said the other night, it was two or three elementary school students have come out of all those properties. So it hasn't made a significant shift in terms of what we're seeing in terms of declining enrollment at Little Harbor. Then the discussion was, we will continue to study the issue, continue to look at whether or not we need to look at a whole-scale, citywide redraw. In the spring, the part that was surprising to us, we made a decision that we were going to reallocate in the 4th grade at Dondero. Those students had been in all the way through, had 4 sections. Kate Callahan, who was the principal, looked at the enrollment numbers that were coming in kindergarten and decided that, you know what, we think we can shift one of those sections to kindergarten, and that would be overall, we want smaller class sizes in the lowest grades, and we'll be able to get through. And at the time, I think we were looking at class sizes, I want to say it was 18 to 19 in the what was going to be the 5th grade. But we felt like that was something that we could do and we're going to be all right. During the summer, 2 things happened. One was that we've got throughout the summer, we basically doubled the amount of kindergarten students at Dondero that had enrolled, and then we saw additional enrollment at the 5th grade level. So we were kind of stuck. And so we ended up with students in the 20s, which is not where we want to be, in the 5th grade. That was a surprise to us. I'm sorry, it was in the 4th grade. That was a surprise to us. And we were left with not a lot of good options. And so when I had some parents who did come to me, it was similar to this time of year. You guys had already finished passing your budget. The question was, well, one of the questions was, what about modulars? And I'm like, I don't have a budget for modulars. Like, we didn't plan that this was going to be what it was going to be. So what we did is we reutilized ESSER funds. We had 3 instructional tutors, which are folks that were certified teachers, but were paid on a different contract, and they went into each of those kindergarten classrooms to try to offset some of what we were doing to get us through this particular year. And then we had the redistricting study committee. We did not meet very often, and I think it's a fair criticism. But we did. Our hopes were that we were going to, as we looked at development that was happening in that part of town, that we were going to have a conversation with planning, and part of that was going to really inform what do we think the future of enrollment might look inside of that catchment area. And I think what we discovered coming out of that is there's still a lot of questions. And in particular, that some of the things that people have mentioned before is that there's a higher number of folks moving into new housing who are retirees, empty nesters. I think it's important to note, and we didn't talk about this at the work session, that the doubling of the kindergarten enrollment and the swelling in 5th grade, the extra enrollment we saw during the summer, it wasn't for the most part, it wasn't from new properties. It was turnovers in Elwyn Park of existing properties, and so it was existing housing stock where people were turning over. So we did not come to the conclusion that we were in a spot where we felt comfortable that we were going to be able to, in enough time in advance, to have a community conversation, warn parents this was coming, and be very thoughtful about how we were going to do the transition for this upcoming year. And that we weren't necessarily 100% sure that redistricting was absolutely going to be necessary, that it may be necessary, but it might be a bubble of students that we were looking at. So that gets us into this budget cycle for us. We ultimately came to the board wanting to deal with this thing that parents had complained about a year ago. Some of the parents were saying, hey, I knew about this a year ago. We wanted to deal with the acute issue that they identified a year ago. We want to solve the issue in the 5th grade at Dondero, take those kids from classes of what we anticipate without the temporary classrooms would be 25 down to 17, and be in a spot where I think we talked about this in the work session, where effectively we would have the same average class size across the board in the elementary schools next year in the district. And then that would provide us a time to have a more thorough conversation with the community about how we would redistrict, and just be very thoughtful about a lot of the transitional items that we need to do. So, for example, now, if we were to decide with 12 staff days left to go, with graduations and all the other things that we have going on, just don't think we're in a position to responsibly do all the work that we would need to do to transition a group of students based on some preliminary data to another school. There's just too many pieces and too many moving parts to do that in a way that we would feel comfortable about and secure about. And I think about a strategic planning process we've been doing. We've been at that for 18 months, trying to plan out and think about what we're going to do down the road. There might be no bigger thing that we do for families that has a bigger impact on them than redistricting their kids. And if we try to do that in 12 days, I have real concerns about what the outcomes would be.
I think I've been very vocal in the community and with the school board that I feel that, and when I say that that the school board, just like the council, it's a continuous body. So this issue is not solely falling on the shoulders of the currently elected. You can trace it back for the last 5 to 8 years when we've seen declining numbers in some schools and increasing in some schools. My concern is, as you mentioned, that there is a lot of turnover we're seeing. I think you can look at some of the turnovers of contracts at Liberty Mutual, and look. I would look at that direct line to the increase of the residents that live at now what is Arborview. Back in my day, it was Beachstone.
Sure.
So my concern is that while I will support this after long conversations with the principals and looking at talking to some of the teachers at the school, understanding that this is the best, in my opinion, worst case scenario. I am worried about the fact that you said the redistricting committee met just a few times, but is that one time? Is that 2 times?
2 times.
2 times. So my concern is that it is met 2 times in a year. And there's a lot of conversation which is that the city council should not even having this conversation about line items within the budget because we do not control the line item of the budget. But in the reality is that there's been many conversations on the school board that is let the city council figure it out. And so now we're at this position, as I've said multiple times before, of trying to figure out how to balance a budget and look at stranded costs. We're up here all the time talking about DPW stranded costs, police department stranded costs. But this is a huge stranded cost, and my concern is if there's not too much of a shift, and we're looking at what could potentially happen in the future, that we may be back here in 2 years, use modular classrooms for a year. We've now stranded that cost. In 2 to 3 more years, now we have this bubble again. And so I just have a lot of concern. I also have a lot of concern that this is potentially, again, we've known for a year that we're kind of teetering, and it feels like based on the community outreach that there hasn't been a lot of community outreach within those schools. And so I just want to make sure, and I have faith in the school board, but there's just concern that the involvement of the parents. As we've discussed, there's a number of students, potentially enough to make a classroom, and I understand the complications of switching this late, but I guess that's where I get my frustration, is that we are discussing it this late when the conversations of modulars started at the last budget for this last school year, and we could have had a year where we worked through some of these issues as uncomfortable as they could have been, whether that's a major line redraw or not. I know that we always talk about the social economic balance of our schools, but I think it's worth noting that at some schools, as you said, you potentially have a 15-to-1 ratio, and at other schools you currently have a 20+ ratio. So as we look at the Title I in the social economic balance for schools, we also have to look at the education that we're providing within the classrooms. So I will be supporting the modulars with the hope that this redistricting committee expands larger than just a couple school board members, because as I'm not a parent now, I plan to be a parent in these schools, and I think that it is important that we don't, just as the council and a bunch of city committees are a very diverse group, I think that this redistricting committee should be very diverse and potentially have someone from the council and parents and residents on it also.
I think just to speak to that, I think one of the things, just to be really transparent, we're trying to avoid is my understanding of the last time this was done, the committee turned into a platform for advocacy as opposed to a working group.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things we're trying to be really thoughtful about is how do we maintain the ability to have kind of kind of thoughtful worker bees while simultaneously absorbing a lot of what the community is trying to tell us about what it desires. And I think that can go, I think ideally that goes in waves. So it's going to be, hey, how do we want to do this? That's the initial conversation. What do we prioritize as we're going to do it? Then having folks draft some type of design and then coming back and saying, okay, here's draft one. What do we think about this draft? And then going back to the table and probably having a couple iterations of what that looks like. So the community has multiple opportunities to kind of engage, again, at the first stage of what do we want for outcome, and then as we go, do we feel this is reflective of what we said the outcome was going to be?
Yeah, and I know there's other financial desires that the school board had that, were not brought to the budget, and to me, it's hard to think about spending $90,000 to $150,000 on these modulars. Again, I look at them as stranded costs when that money could be used to fund positions that would be beneficial to our student body. That's just my opinion on it.
Thanks, Sister Mayor. Councilor Boyle.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll just state, I know this isn't the first time, I'm going to be supportive of the school budget. This isn't the first time that we've gone down modular classrooms. I was actually, got to go in a modular classroom as a John Darrow student back in 1993. But I was very happy back then that they didn't redistrict me. So I didn't have to leave my friends. It wasn't life-changing. It was actually fun because we thought we had the new classroom. So I'll support this budget, but I'll just say that.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, as a parent of a child who's grown up in the Portsmouth school system and is still a student at the high school, I think a big component of this redistricting conversation, why it didn't happen sooner, is what happened in 2020 with COVID, the amount of disruption our students went through, the amount of uncertainty of what the housing market was going to look like. I think it's a bit, I prefer the more cautious approach the school board is taking with redistricting. I don't think it's been overlooked. I think the time is now, but I don't think the time could have been sooner. I think these are kids that we're talking about moving around, not, numbers in a spreadsheet. So I applaud the school board for not moving too quickly on this.
I would just say, as we think about it, as the school board and then the staff, it's Nancy spoke to it when she was on, and just that the schools are this invaluable asset to the community. It's invaluable if you're a parent because of what we can do for kids and what we can, but it's also in terms of real estate values, in terms of the desirability of the community. It's this invaluable asset, and a lot of folks would argue, the most valuable public service in the community. We're also extremely successful in what we're doing right now, but that ecosystem is very fragile. And I want to make sure that we maintain and then kind of exceed what we're already doing. That can only happen when we're going to make shifts like this that create more turmoil than people appreciate if we do it in a methodical and thoughtful manner.
Thank you.
Got a couple questions, Dr.
Sure.
McLaughlin. First, thanks to Tish Campbell, Byron Maddow, Nancy Clayberg for speaking in their service this evening. It's not lost on me Byron's point in terms of, and that you've echoed, in terms of a notice and engagement for the parents. With that, has the plan for the modular classrooms been disseminated to the parents currently?
It has not, because we've been stuck in limbo. I think we anticipated before the meeting at the library that this wouldn't be controversial. And so as we moved into the first budget session at the library, we started to slow down. And I'll be honest, most of that was out of respect for this council. Because what I did not want to have is I did not want to have a situation where you indicated some concern, as some of you as a group, and we said, we're not interested in your concern, we're just going. And so we've had to tread water for a little while, and we're getting to the point where it's getting pretty uncomfortable in terms of our ability to have a fuller conversation with families, to do what we need to do with staff. But we've been trying really hard to wait as long as we can for the resolution of this process so that then we're in a position to do that.
And when you mentioned earlier, it's the preliminary data is not I guess, enough to make a decision on other alternatives to the modular classrooms. I guess, what is that preliminary data?
So there's been some work. Byron has been doing some work. We've been pulling in existing enrollment data and looking at really four variables: location, free and reduced lunch, IEP. I guess it's just 3 variables. And grades in classes. And so we've been trying to kind of get a feel for that. We're in the preliminary stages. Some of that could look promising around some of the things you've talked about in the past around looking at Lafayette Park and what could happen in regards to Lafayette Park. But we still got some work to do.
In terms of the work, has it been considered to ask the parents of Lafayette Park whether or not they would want to go to Little Harbor instead of Dondero?
No, not yet, because I don't know that we don't have a full plan yet that we think makes sense. And so I worry, I don't feel like it would be appropriate to reach out to one portion of the community and say, hey, is this something that you would want? And then if you had a vote, then we would try to slap it together. I have concerns about that as an approach.
Concerns what are the concerns with asking the parents whether or not in that, I guess, the community, Lafayette Park,
right,
if there was enough, and I understand, as maybe a backdrop,
yeah,
we need one more classroom to be removed, but the plan, as I understand it, is to put 2 classes, so to put 2 fifth grade classes in modulars, so that the classrooms there's not one kind of odd man out, even if Council Blaylock would have said that was an upgrade.
Right.
It would have been, so there's going to be 2 fifth grade classrooms in modulars.
Not definitely fifth grade classrooms. So we're still finalizing that conversation about which grade levels. But the ideally is not, there've been some requests from folks about putting special classes in their art, music, that type of thing. Right now, the conversation is focused around a couple of grade levels and trying to make a determination about which grade level makes the most sense.
Okay. But we don't, and the administration and school board do not believe that by asking the parents of Lafayette Park, which I would assume if it would be a considered preliminary data would be a positive, that it would both from a geography aspect, proximity to Little Harbor, but also from an IEP and free and reduced lunch, not, change the makeup of the schools negatively from an equity standpoint. If we were to offer that choice to those parents, that hasn't been explored.
No.
Would there, what if we were to, pass the budget and this is possible and you could use the modular classrooms, would you commit to having that conversation to avoid the modular classrooms if it doesn't seem like that would be a productive use of the time, if you reached out and asked the parents and couldn't get consensus on that?
I don't think that even if we at this moment believed, and 2 things. One, I don't think we're done with the data work, right? So 2, if we were, I don't think we're in a position to be able to pull this off between now and when I have staff walking out the door in 12 days. So I think it's twofold. But I don't think we're done. The data conversation is not over.
So I guess maybe be helpful to understand what's what are we right now? The plan is to move a teacher from an empty, or we're going to consolidate classrooms at Little Harbor.
Correct.
The 4th grade would go down to 3 classrooms, and that teacher would move to potentially the modular, but potentially not the modular at Dondero.
There'd be another teacher at Dondero, and we'd split up we would add an additional section of 5th grade.
Okay. And just forgive my ignorance.
Sure.
What goes into, from a parent standpoint, making that decision, and then maybe what goes in from a school administration standpoint in making those accommodations?
Wait, sorry, I guess I'm confused.
So if we were to ask the parents,
yeah,
how long would we expect that that notice? I mean, I get these notifications pretty effectively from my teacher. I envy for the direct democracy that you guys possess in terms of being able to text every school-age parent. What would go into, I guess, soliciting that feedback, and how long would that process, do you think, take if we were to pose it to the parents if they wanted to?
I don't know, but I don't know about that process necessarily being the right process to make a determination as to what we're doing.
Asking the parents process?
Yes.
Okay. And then maybe from a school administration, what is the process in going from since the teacher right now does not, I guess, know, or maybe does the teacher that's moving from Little Harbor know?
They do not.
Okay. So what would be what goes into that process in terms of saying you're going to move to Dondero versus you're going to stay here, and we've asked parents if they want to move to this?
So the process involved with the teacher is going to be a conversation with myself, the two principals, Little Harbor and Dondero, and then we'll notify a teacher about their transfer to Dondero for the upcoming school year.
Okay, I guess so. It's more, I guess, from a like a process and timing standpoint. 12 days to do that before they leave for the school vacation. More on the parent. Is it correct to assume that it's a timing or a more of a what you said just a minute ago, not believing that's the right process to undertake for this?
So
here?
I don't know in terms of the creating a plan that is sustainable, that involves broad community input, that surveying one neighborhood about what they think they would like to do is a plan that I necessarily could stand behind.
So I guess I'm in terms of so we used to have you could choose, I guess, to go between Dondero and Sherburne back in the day. There are some parents that petition the superintendent and the school department. They're able, for various reasons, to move within different school districts. I even heard a story of one in the Lafayette Park neighborhood giving the choice which school to register when they went to sign up for kindergarten. But what about asking a neighborhood that sits between two communities or two elementary schools, what the parents would choose to send, given the space constraints at Dondero right now? Why is that not? And I guess take into account that the early indication of that change would not have an effect of the makeup of the equity as we define it through IEP and free and reduced lunch. Why would that not be easier than, and I mean easier in terms of like a better process than to redraw the lines for the entire school district going into, I guess, the following year that could affect these kids regardless?
I think, again, I'll go back to this. When we do this, we want to be thorough, we want to be methodical. This has not been thorough and methodical. So we've collected some data since you folks kind of expressed some concern. We started to do some analysis on that data, but we're not done. And we've only looked at a few variables. And the time that will take to do a more thorough analysis to come to a conclusion that we feel creates a thoughtful long-term plan that we think is really going to work on multiple ways. This is not the amount of time we need in order to do that. Okay.
So understand that. I guess it's disappointing only because it seems like it meets the criteria, at least that you've set for the decision to make in the future, and it seems like it could be a strategic decision that would buy more time for a longer conversation around. We have school districts that sit out well outside geographical locations, and it seems like this was not considered as an option. And I understand the desire to have a public input around this, but I do think probably the easiest public input would be to ask the parents that potentially would be affected by this to say, is this, can we solve this without having a larger redistricting conversation?
Sure.
So I guess Councilor Cook, just one question before I guess yield, and I should have passed the gavel, I guess. Will there be bathrooms in the modulars?
So on our current plan, the original plan did not include bathrooms. One of the things we've been trying to work on the last week or two is could we adjust the location of the modular in order to allow us to hook up bathrooms in the modulars. So Mr. Lynchy is working this week to try to get some final numbers.
And
as of right now, as proposed in the budget, it currently would be on the side without bathrooms.
So we don't have any preliminary numbers on what the capital outlay would be for bathrooms in this case? No,
like I said, what I anticipate based on conversations this morning is that we would know tail end of this week.
Tail end of this week. Okay. So and then but that would be, I guess, like
it would change the location. So right now it's off of, if you wrap around the back of Dondero School, before you get to the playground, there's a wing that sticks out. It would be plopped right there on the back of that wing. As you come through the doors to exit, then this would be a covered walkway that would go right into the building. That's the plan that we've had all along. We are exploring the possibility of could we slide it over to the other side of the building and then install bathrooms. How much would that cost to go extra? And then do we have the ability to find that somewhere else in the budget in order to make that work?
And just on that, just maybe at what point would that become a capital expenditure from a CIP outlay and not a school budget question?
What is the dollar limit on that?
So typically, the council here, we only have positional authority. We can't from a line item action, whereas the school board has a line item actions because,
Sure.
like, for example, if you were buying the modular classrooms, that would come through the capital improvement plan and be approved by the city council. Because you are renting them, it is within the discretion of the school board to do so. I'm just curious if we have.
So that was my understanding, is that we're not pushing up against CIP based on our current proposal.
Okay.
So,
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I know that there's a serious concern around having enough staff to make this decision in a short time frame.
Sure.
How many administrators work through the summer?
So you have, most of your administrators are on 230-day contracts. So folks are in during the summer, but they're not, this is, not a situation where, the central office staff, we're here most of the summer. Everybody, those folks, depending on when they're taking vacations over the course of the year, they might be, out for a couple weeks during the summer. But generally your central office staff is in. But your building level staff is, for the most part, is gone. You have principals who are in and out of the building most of July. They're gone. That's when people get their vacation time in. So, once we get students out the door, they get everything settled. We wrap up June. People pretty much by July 4th, most folks are heading out on family vacations. They're getting their vacation time in, knowing that then we move into our administrative retreat work starts in the middle of July. Then people get a little bit more time. And then in August, we're game on because we're rolling into the next school year. So, so administrators do, they do work and they work a lot of the summer, but the month of July tends to be when people have booked family vacations.
So the central office staff is not one that you think would be comfortable making this decision?
So the decision, well, two things. I go back to the community input and wanting to make sure there's community input. I worry about being, up on the fourth floor and just issuing edicts. So that's one issue. The second part is there's a whole bunch of things that people are going to have to do in terms of implementation that I need staff here. I need teachers to be involved in those conversations. I need people to be talking about, well, these 40 kids that we're moving from one building to another building, here's a number of students, here are the specific IEP needs of each of these students. Here's how we were staffing it at one building. Now we're going to have to figure out how to staff it at the other building. We have to look at caseloads. We have to have conversations with parents. In some cases, we have to bring people back in to meet as part of teams to have conversations about how we might have to adjust services as a result. There's just layers and layers and layers of logistics that go into what we do. And it's not, and when you move, it might sound easy, just we're going to move 40 kids, 16 kids, but there's a lot involved in that process to do it well, and to have all the people who are involved. And part of the answer is I don't know some of the things. I don't know what I don't know in terms of that implementation, and I need that staff at the table in order to make those types of decisions in a thoughtful way.
Thank you. I really appreciate your explanations, and I have a personal experience as a former classroom teacher and a daughter of a superintendent of schools. So I know a lot about how difficult these decisions are. But also I have a child who's about to graduate high school, and not a week goes by that I don't think about the Newtown kids that would be graduating this year, the same year as my daughter. And when I think about modular classrooms, especially ones without a restroom and kids having to leave a building and go into the main building to use the restroom, I think about that classroom door being open and the classroom and the door of the school being unlocked so kids can come in during the day and use the restrooms, and the security around that in our elementary school environment.
Sure.
So I'm really concerned that is something that we haven't addressed adequately, because we have planned for modular classrooms without restrooms, which makes that a necessity.
Sure.
And we are very concerned about safety in our schools, and I would be concerned about letting my child be in a classroom that didn't have a restroom, or being in a school that had a door that was unlocked during the day. So how is the school board planning to address that issue?
So it starts with if we keep, again, we're exploring the bathroom piece as a result of some of the feedback we received. But if we were to keep the original, what we're working on is the walkway is a covered walkway, walled walkway that goes into the building. And then we have to work around ADA gets a little complicated for some stuff. But right now the conversation is, the design is, you'd come out the double doors like you're leaving the building. You're coming into the covered walkway, the walled walkway, and then be doors that would go out to the side. So the approach would be an roofed enclosed walkway that would get you back and forth into the building, expressly for that purpose.
How secure will that walled space be?
I can't speak to that as a comparison to. I don't have enough detail beyond the fact that we're going to, and it's specifically around thinking about that type of concern. So that's been the conversation. The details of what the wall is going to be made of, I can't answer those questions tonight. But I have maintenance folks who are working on those issues.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have none for the school.
Okay,
but
just I guess one question. I guess we'll wrap it up for Zach. Is the or Dr. McGoffin?
Yeah.
The when do you expect those answers to be finalized?
Which answer, around the bathrooms, for example?
Bathrooms, entry, exit points, and classroom. Who's going into the classroom?
Sure. So I would be the end of this week is what I'm trying to do, beginning of next. So again, we've been treading water on some of those conversations, awaiting the resolution of this process.
Treading water on the bathrooms or the security of the modulars, or the who's going to go into the modulars?
On who's going to go into the modulars. Yep.
Okay. And so from a line item authority, the school board has obviously the line item on this and to spend the money, which we bestow through the vote of the council on behalf of the taxpayer with full discretion. And the school board has made it clear in votes of the school board, I think twice, that they continue to support the modular classrooms. We've heard again this evening that it would be ultimately more disruptive to check in, or I guess poll the parents of Lafayette Park than the modulars. And from a standpoint of wanting to respect that decision, I will respect the decision of the school board to do that with what they will. I guess my hope is that if there is significant concern around the modulars, and that concern is brought by those parents who will find out in terms of, regarding this decision, that the administration and the school board, if they find themselves in a position that requires, more effort around the summer to look at alternatives. I do believe, as the course of these decisions, as we find out with things like the police station, we can work on something a significant amount of time, and then folks will start paying attention right at the point where we're making a decision.
Yes.
But our job is to remain flexible as possible, listen to those concerns, and I would hope that if you do not use the money for the modular, because this appropriation comes bearing no weight on what you spend that money on, that you remain flexible and keep the needs of the Portsmouth students at the highest level, and be nimble, if possible, to meet those needs in a different way.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that was it. Zach,
Okay.
thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have a question for the police department, if you don't mind, Chief. Thank you. A quick question. We are seeing an almost 20% increase for the special details as education stipend. In FY23, we budgeted 169, only spent 137. In 24, we saw a jump to 225. Do you possibly have an estimate on actuals or year to date for this year of where we're at on that?
I don't know if you have the actuals right in front of me, but the increases are caused because of the contracts. The new contracts are done and additional employees receiving education stipends.
Is there a possibility, if we can get a report back, of a separation of those two? Because they're line item together of special details / education stipend. And so I assume the education stipend is the, go ahead.
So the special detail stipend is separate from the education.
Yeah, I'm saying they're line items here together, though, in the budget.
Oh, so you want to see what the split is?
Yeah. I'm trying to understand what is what.
She's saying they are split. I don't know what you're looking at. So.
I'm looking at our budget, and they're in here line item together.
May it be helpful to have Karen
Yes.
Senator Call join?
I'm looking under our produced budget, page 13, under just our general government.
Oh, under your general government, not our police.
Well, it's under the general government, under the police.
I was going to say, on the individual police budget. If
Yes.
you looked at our police budget, they're all separated out, the special detail and the education stipend.
Okay.
Are in separate line items.
Okay. I mean, I could show you this one right here where they're listed together. So I'm trying to figure out if you could tell me what the separations are of them.
Oh, the summary sheet.
Yeah, sorry, the summary sheet.
Yeah.
Could you just, if you have yours, if you could just tell me what they're separated out to? Mm-hmm.
Detectives. Okay, so special detail and detectives. It's 28,347
Mm-hmm.
for special detail. For the education stipend, it's $28,347.
Okay.
I'm sorry, education special detail. Special detail, I'm sorry, is 49, can't read it, 893. Special details 49,893, and education stipend is 28,347. That's just in detectives.
So I guess before you go through all of that, Chief, could you give, we know that the education stipend is for obviously advanced degrees with their officers. The special detail is, can you explain to me what that is and if that is like a self-funded?
So special details is, the way the contracts are worded is everybody was in a patrol function at one time, and then if you got assigned to detectives or a special assignment, like a school resource officer, or something of that matter, is you get assigned a special details stipend.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Okay.
Over and above what a regular patrol officer makes.
Okay, perfect.
Completely separate from education.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it.
That was my single question, trying to understand that. And then if no one has,
I had a question for the chief,
Okay.
just really quickly. Sorry. Are there any other questions for the chief? No. Okay, so when it comes to the unfilled positions, what is the likelihood that we have those positions filled before the end of the calendar year?
If I keep my fingers crossed, I would tell you we're hoping to have those positions filled by the end of the summer.
Right.
But when I spoke with you before, is even in the last two budgets where we've had those unfilled positions, we've hired enough employees to fill those positions when we're in front of you asking for the budget. But what we haven't been able to control is the attrition of people leaving. So with that said, we don't anticipate losing that many individuals in the rest of this year. So like right now we have 7 openings. We have 4 people currently in stages of our background process to fill those. That would probably be done by the end of July. And then we have another test that's going to be given this weekend to hopefully get some more candidates. And if we get enough candidates, we hopefully could fill the last 3 positions.
Thank you.
Chief, on that, how many anticipated retirements do we have this year?
Only 1 anticipated. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
4 or 5 other people couldn't leave, but only 1 that's anticipated.
Okay, thank you. And then, Your Honor, if I might, I have just a couple clarifying questions for the fire chief. Hi, Chief. Thank you. Chief, just a quick question. Obviously, we know that we've had discussions about the increase of the overtime to make sure that we are able to fully staff 3 ambulances, which I 100% support. I was out in town, and when we didn't have 3, and I saw the Naval Shipyard come over, and just wanted to make I support that. My question is, we're seeing a major increase in the overtime, but not an increase in salaries. So is it mostly because we're not able to? We have a gap in some of the positions that we need to fill, or so we're working our guys, our firefighters and men and women, a little bit more because we have open positions. If we fill positions, do we think we'll see a shift in that?
So the contracts that were settled back in September are in that budget,
Yeah.
and you'll see that there are increases not only in the line items for salary, but also for the step increases and for the stipends as well. But as we bring these folks in on the bottom of the scale, obviously they cost less than those folks at the top of the scale.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gets me where I need to be.
Any other questions for the fire chief? Any other questions before we have a vote on the general fund expenditures?
I have one question for the city manager and legal. We don't anticipate any increases in state retirement per any pending legislation or anything like that?
Not for the remainder of this biennium term.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Val, will you please Call the vote.
I will. Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
No.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
Passes 8 to 1.
Next up, resolution number 7-2024, water fund expenditures.
Your Honor, I would move that we pass resolution number 7-2024, water fund expenditures.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we will call the vote. Val?
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Next, resolution number 9-2020. Oh, 8, skipped.
Eight.
I was gonna, yeah, I guess we gotta pay for the sewer. All right, resolution number 8, 2024, sewer fund expenditures.
Your Honor, I move to adopt resolution number 8-2024, sewer fund expenditures.
Second.
Any discussion? Councillor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. And it's more just a comment because with the water fund and sewer fund, my understanding is we don't really have much control. A lot of this is, the expenditures, all the streets we're digging up, the sewer pipe separation projects we're doing, they're, federally or state or locally mandated. But generally speaking, the costs to our sewer and water, they're driven by the need to improve the quality of the water and the need to improve the quality of the treatment to the sewage, and not because we need more water or we have more sewage than we
That is
have
correct.
traditionally
That plus
had.
the need to operate and maintain the infrastructure that we do have. Correct.
Thank you.
In addition to rising costs for chemicals to maintain the equipment and treatment of those water and sewer facilities. Any other questions or comments? Val, will you please take the vote?
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
9-0.
On to resolution number 9, 2024, Special Revenue Debt Service Fund, Portsmouth Housing Endowment Trust, and committed fund balance for necessary expenditures.
I make a motion that we move to adopt Resolution 9-2024, Special Revenues Debt Service Fund, Portsmouth Housing Endowment Trust, and committed fund balances for necessary expenditures.
Second.
Any questions? Val, is there a question, Councilor Morrow?
If I might. A lot of these are, special, because they are special revenue, they're all monies that we either already have, that we expend on a regular basis through trust funds, or, things that actually, they sort of cover themselves, or it's our fund balance that we use to try to buy down the rate for the taxpayers based off of the additional funds. So I just think that there's not a whole lot of wiggle room in those kinds of funds. I just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Councilor Morrow. Val, will you please take the roll call?
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Finally, resolution number 10, 2024, investment policy.
Your Honor, I move to adopt resolution 10-2024, investment policy.
Second?
Any questions of the council? Val, may I please have a roll call vote?
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
We'll take a 10-minute recess. Welcome back. We're on to first reading of ordinance. First reading of ordinance amending Chapter 10, Article 6, Section 10.66 or 10.633.20 by adding a new numbered paragraph 28, solar energy panels flush mounted to the rooftops of existing structures which do not require other alterations to existing structures, and by adding a new numbered paragraph 29, accessory elements to solar panel energy panels which do not require other alterations to existing structures.
Your Honor, I move to pass first reading and schedule public hearing and second reading at the July 15th, 2024 City Council meeting.
Second.
So I'm going to be brief again. Councilor Blalock and I had brought this forward about 6 months ago in concept. My reason for bringing it forward is simply to allow homeowners to do what they can with their property if they choose to try to mitigate climate change, regardless of the impact they'll have on the big picture. With that said, I would welcome Councilor Moreau suspending the rules and bringing forward her amendment so we could discuss that.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and bring forward 15B under my name, the planning board recommendation.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And if I might, I would like to invite both the chairs of each the planning and the HGC to come up and talk about, we had a lot of public input at planning board to talk about these different exemptions. I think we took to heart all of the feedback that we got from our last city council discussion on this, and they can just go over it with you.
I am Reagan Rudig, chair of the HDC, as you know. After our last charge to go back and work on an amendment with language and an intention that the HDC feels comfortable with to help remove as many hurdles as possible towards a homeowner or a property owner to put solar on if they so desire, but also stay in keeping with national guidelines, looking at, as you've heard from the public speaking, looking at other communities all around the nation, trying to figure out how they bring these two together. And it's very difficult because every property is different, and so it's very hard to put generalities on these things. But we did what we could to try and make it as simple as possible in terms of putting together an administrative approval with certain different parameters to it. And if any application, again, doesn't fall under these sort of parameters for the administrative approval, they always come back to us, come to us with a general application like every other application we see. So we came together as the HDC, had more work sessions, tried to figure out what our main points were, and then we handed over to the planning board because they speak more of that ordinance language than we do. And so the planning board pulled together basically what you see here with an addition to it, which I will let Rick explain, but and talked about it with legal to try and make sure that the language was sound, legal, and everything within how these things are supposed to be written. It's not really our area of expertise.
Well, it is my area of expertise, and I did work with staff, and the planning board as a whole worked with staff and with legal to get this in the state that it's in tonight. And what we did, we took what the HDC had done based on, that started with the workshop session that the council asked that we hold with the HDC and the planning board. Then the HDC went and did its work. The HDC came up with a couple of different drafts. We worked again with staff to come up with something in more formal format. We had a workshop session at the planning board to talk about it. After the last council meeting when we were here, we've had a public hearing at the planning board, as Councilor Moreau mentioned. We considered both the amendment that was just moved and also the HDC's initial recommendation. The one change that Reagan mentioned, it has been added to this based on Councilor Cook's comment at the last meeting was the idea of allowing the HTC to request additional input from a licensed engineer or architect if they feel concerned about a roof being able to support a solar structure. I looked at a lot of other jurisdictions around the country and came to the conclusion, and this is part of my own education because I hadn't done this before, that actually Portsmouth is a lot more lenient than most communities already. So what this was doing, it's responding to what you've asked to make it more flexible still, but still keep things in guidance with the national guidelines. And, you know, it's not going to please everybody. I see heads shaking. But it is, I think, as we've heard earlier this evening, it is a fair compromise. And I will add, formally, what is before you tonight is a formal recommendation from the Planning Board to the Council to pass this. What did pass unanimously at the Planning Board. This is, again, after considering everything. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Reagan is as well.
I mean, and I'll also just add that Chair Chelman did go through and look at some of the other language and clarified that around other administrative approvals. We also, as at the HDC, have plans to, even this month, to add a third meeting potentially to our agenda this month to specifically talk about administrative approvals and trying to make that process clear and simple, so that there isn't any of this, you know, any confusion in terms of our process. But the language here clarifies a lot of things that were kind of left unclear. And I'll also just point out that he very kindly went through and removed chairman and inserted chair throughout the document.
Thank you. Both. I'll get to Councillor Denton. I just want to clarify one thing before I do. Chair Chelman, were you, when you said that it comes with the recommendation of the Planning Board and the HDC, is that with regard to whether or not the council or whether or not the council should decide whether or not the HDC solar panels should be in the purview of the HDC, or if they're in the purview of the HDC, this is how the Planning Board would recommend they be regulated?
It's more the latter. What I was saying specifically, under the zoning ordinance, the Planning Board has to make a recommendation to Council for you to consider a proposed amendment.
Okay.
So we took the HDC, we took the Council's ideas, looked at both, made some modifications based on input at the public hearing. The result of that is what you see before you that was recommended unanimously to the Council to adopt. So that's I hope that explains it.
It does. Councillor Denton.
Just as a point of order, I think it would be beneficial if the amendment was motioned so we could debate the amendment that's being
certainly
spoken to.
Yeah. I can certainly make a motion to amend for first reading to be what the Planning Board recommendation was.
As represented in the packet without change?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Denton.
Second.
And that's seconded by...
Second. Cook. So, thank you, and thank you for the effort put into this. I do have several concerns, and the primary one is that despite all of the effort and the expertise that went into this, it still amounts essentially to just one sentence, which reads, "The following activities shall not require a certificate from the Commission, but require review and certificate by the code official. Placement or replacement of roof-mounted mechanical or electrical equipment and ventilation terminators or roof-mounted solar energy systems where the equipment is not visible, is not located on a roof surface that faces a public way, and does not extend more than 3 feet above the roof plane." And the reason why I say this entire amendment amounts to just that one sentence is because all of the hard work that went into the 6-paragraph explanation, that is all up for administrative approval, meaning it's on a consent agenda, and any person on the HDC could decide, I don't want to follow one of these things, and then it's back in front of the HDC. So that's my primary concern with this. So I'm going to offer an amendment to the amendment which clarifies this and makes it clear that this hard work that you put forward is the actual rule that the council is going to be passing. So the amendment that I'm making, it's to replace, and if everyone's looking at this in the packet, what's under Councilman Monroe's name, replace the amendment to section 10.633.20, paragraph 7, so that paragraph 7, which I just read, with a new paragraph 28. So paragraph 7 remains the same. Paragraph 28 is at the very bottom. And the paragraph 28 would include the language from what's currently listed as 1.0.633.32, administrative approval of roof-mounted solar energy systems, starting in the middle of the first sentence, installation of roof-mounted solar energy systems and any associated support structures and conduit lines, provided that the application satisfies all the following requirements and includes all 6 of those. And so essentially what we would be looking at is what this would read if this amendment to the amendment passes under scope of review, staff level exemptions from certificate of approval. The following activities shall not require a certificate from the commission, but require review and certification by the code official. Jump to new paragraph 28, installation of roof-mounted solar energy systems and any associated support structures and conduit lines, provided that the application satisfies all the following requirements and include all 6 of them. And if there's a second, I could just explain to why.
Second.
And so while I do not agree with everything that's in these 6 paragraphs, this would go ahead and it would take the hard work and all the expertise which you put into this and make this the rule. That this would now be, if someone wants to apply for solar, if they meet these requirements, they do not need to go in front of the HDC. However, if they do not meet those requirements, which the HDC and Planning Board worked on, then they would have to go in front of the HDC. Because as it's currently written, it's pretty confusing because someone could go through all the effort to meet all 6 of these and then just have a random HDC member pull it and then have it debated. So I think this is the most straightforward way to take the hard work which you put into this and make that the rule. And I think this is a fair compromise between all the effort that you put into along with the original goal of the ordinance.
Thank you, Councilor Denton. I'll go first to Councilor Cook, Sarnan, and then Councilor Lombardi, and then Sister Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Councilor Denton, for making an effort to try to make this more accurately reflect, I think, what you are looking for specifically in this change. I would note, though, that change ignores some of the language that's currently in section 10.633.20 around 7 around visibility and where solar panels were located on the roof in a public way, and if it's viewable from public way, and also the section on not extending more than 3 feet above the roof plane. So it kind of eliminates that language. And the reason I'm highlighting that is that I think it's really important to note that a lot of the language that we're seeing coming from the HDC is coming from public input in a public hearing from experts in the field of historic preservation. And they're looking at things like the Secretary of Interior's guidelines. And so first I'd like to thank the HDC and the Planning Board for putting in additional language around structural integrity, because that is in the Secretary of Interior's guidelines, and that was why I have a concern around structural integrity in the historic district, besides the fact that I live 1.5 feet from someone's house and it would be terrible if it fell on mine. But also because those guidelines allow for solar. And so this is what we've been hearing tonight, and what we heard in public comment is that you can have both, and you can have solar and you can have historic preservation, which is where we're trying to get. and which the HDC has been doing already. We have several examples of this in the historic districts, but also they're trying to make it a lot easier. And so the way that this is currently written does make it easier, but it at the same time preserves the Secretary of Interior's guidelines. And why are those guidelines important? Well, because we have a National Register district in the downtown. That's the downtown and the majority of the South End and even part of Richards Avenue, that we have to think about when we're thinking about preservation in the city of Portsmouth. Those National Register districts have very specific guidelines for maintenance and preservation. And when you are in a contributing structure, and the majority of the structures in our National Register district are contributing to that National Register district, and I know this because I studied it in depth over the last week, exactly where the National Register district is and how many structures are contributing. You are supposed to follow the Secretary of Interior's guidelines for preservation. There are guidelines specifically for solar, and that's what the HDC is following, and that's what we're seeing here as well, but with the ability to apply for an administrative approval. So this change in language actually eliminates the Secretary of Interior's guidelines.
So I'm trying to follow that, because I guess so we have staff level exemptions from certificate of approval.
Right.
And then if we go down to all of the administrative approvals, I think I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this. Councilor Denton's amendment would be that all of those suggestions, like minimally visible, all of those things that I imagine came from, the smart folks at the dais or the podium right now, not the smart folks at the dais, the folks at the podium, the folks in the interior, all those different places. And it just says, if you follow these things, you have approval, because the staff level exemption is not an exemption because it's on a consent agenda. It can always be pulled out and discussed.
Correct.
This would just be, it's going to follow these things, minimally visible, minimally visible is stated twice. And if it doesn't have all of these things, then it wouldn't be given that. And so it seems like this would be, well, what
the Secretary of Interior's guidelines actually say is not visible from the public way. And what we see in paragraph 7, that's actually what it says in the Secretary of Interior's guidelines.
So would you, I guess, hold on, I just want to make sure I completely understand. So not visible from the public way would mean that we should put no solar panels that are visible from the public way if we were to follow the Secretary of Interior's guidelines?
What they advise is from a major roadway, and that is currently the guideline that we're following. And I will tell you right now, if you drive downtown, you can see solar panels from public way in several places. The HDC already allows solar panels that are visible, but they're minimally visible from a public way. I would recommend that you not remove the Secretary of Interior's guidelines, because what that does is that puts us in a situation where we have a National Register district and we don't have oversight over our National Register district and following the appropriate guidelines from the Secretary of Interior. We applied for that National Register district as a deal with the federal government around getting funding for Memorial Bridge. So that was part of the deal in getting our funding, was that we apply for this National Register district in our downtown district. We are in the process of getting our CLG status. CLG status also requires that we follow the Secretary of Interior guidelines. What happens if we get that status? We can apply for all kinds of federal grants to help do things like improve cemeteries, to improve public buildings that are within that National Register district. Now, those guidelines specifically say we have to follow the federal guidelines. And if we're not following them, then that does not make us very attractive when we're applying for federal grant funds, specifically around things like Saving Point of Grave Cemetery, which is in the National Register district and is threatened by sea level rise. There are grant funds for that, for communities that have CLG status. But if we are ignoring the Secretary of Interior's guidelines, what do we look like as a community applying for federal funds?
Okay, I'll stop asking questions. We'll go Councilor Lombardi next, Assistant Mayor, and then it seems like this section over here.
So this is not an exemption from, but it goes to an administrative approval, is that right?
So
Because
my
we're discussing the motion on the floor, which is Councilor Denton's motion. That we
which is to make it an administrative approval.
No.
No, mine would make it staff approval.
All right, well then I'll continue, because on, basically, the Portsmouth Historic District is one of the most valuable assets, the city of Portsmouth. It is recognized by the state of New Hampshire as a primary historic architectural resource for understanding the settlements that gave rise to this nation. Portsmouth Historic District is recognized nationally by the Park Service as a historic preservation is the architecture of all strata of life over 4 centuries of history, and not just the grand mansions of the wealthy. The historic district is precious, but it is fragile and to the pressures of those who do not fully comprehend its importance. The Historic District Commission is the board in the city that has the expertise in historic architectural preservation, and I will oppose Councilor Denton's motion to amend this.
And Councilor Lombardi, Councilor Moreau.
I think that when we take this much that is somewhat subjective and put it all on staff, it becomes, because the code official in the end at this point is going to become a staff member. So we're asking staff to have to discern minimally visible and all of these aspects that staff may, not one. And we had these discussions when we were talking about administrative approvals for accessory dwelling units. You have to be careful how clear something is. And I believe that there might be talks of even further changes for the HDC around administrative approvals, and maybe I could ask the chair to talk about future possible changes.
Sure. So that's what I had alluded to when saying that this month we were going to add another meeting amongst the sorry, it's late and I'm cold. It's hard for me to talk.
Heat turns off.
But we are going to have further discussions about our administrative approval process, potentially even with the planning board, but at least to set our standards so that we have standards around who can take something out of our administrative approval for review and how quickly maybe it needs a vote, a majority vote to be able to pull something. Maybe it needs the chair approval to pull something. So it's our administrative approval really is meant to be a very quick and easy process. And it has not been very clear in the past what makes administrative approval and what doesn't. So we want to clarify that, make it a very clear and simple process so that it avoids people pulling out specific pieces on our consent agenda as much as possible.
Like, would there be an example, could it require a supermajority to have a administrative approval?
Yes.
So I guess it seems like what Councilor Denton is, this just, I read through all this, these seems like really great rules. It seems like they're very subjective, and one person could easily say, I don't want this, pull it out, and we're in the same position. And I'll quote, Peter Huda of who's going to make the call. It seems like it allows one person to make the call on that and put this into a process where we are going to have, this back in. So,
and that's not the intent of our administrative approval process. So we're going to try and figure out how to avoid that situation.
Okay, and then legal question, or just quick legal question, then we go to the assistant mayor, and then Councilor Bagley, Councilor Blaylock. Is it possible to include, and I didn't talk about this, Councilor Denton, but to put some language of a supermajority require pulling this from the administrative approval process within the confines of the specific solar amendment? I got an administrative approval that would require supermajority of the HDC.
I think you could add that in there, but it would be more common for it to be within the rules of the commission itself and their administrative process.
Right.
Can you, I'm sorry, you weren't speaking into the microphone.
I'm
so-
sorry. Yep. I pushed it far away.
Yeah.
I said you could potentially put it into this ordinance, but it's more common that the rules regarding process would be within the board rules, which is what Regan is talking about, them going through in their next meeting, changing their administrative process rules or making them, or clarifying them.
And when would you expect those to be done, since we got a couple of weeks to have this go through?
Well, we'll have our first discussion at the end of this month. We already have 2 very full agendas for our first 2 weeks of meetings, and then there seems to be, we haven't said it yet, but everybody seems to be willing to come and meet at the end of the month. So we'll have at least a discussion about that. Again, I don't know what it will take to change our actual rules, but that's where we would be looking for it, and it would be sort of more of an internal administrative process.
All right. Councilor Bagley, then Assistant Mayor, then Councilor Bagley. Then
Thank you.
Councilor.
I just had a quick question of what has been staff opinion or role within these work sessions in within coming back with these ordinances?
Well, the staff worked with HDC first, came up with recommendations. When it came to the planning board, there's different staff that work with the planning board and the HDC, so different staff members working on at both levels. So it was 3 different members. There's also a bigger effort going on at the planning department about solar citywide. We're working on that as an additional thing. I think I mentioned that last month, but that effort and what Chair Reagan is talking about with the additional changes to the HTC, we didn't want to complicate this discussion because it's so easy. Because there are other things we've noticed by having these staff discussions and the planning board discussions and the discussions with the workshop with the HTC. We're going to have another workshop with the planning board and the HTC to talk about this. We found other things that make sense to address. But those are the next steps. It's not, this isn't, the process isn't over. What this is that we brought to you tonight is an attempt to address exactly what you asked us to do earlier this year. And we've worked very hard to bring it to you. The one thing I need to underscore what Councilor Moreau said, because I recall those conversations very well in the ADU and discussions with staff at the time. These are subjective decisions, and leaving the subjective decisions up to 1 or 2 staff people is very problematic in my experience with land use matters like this. You want that going to a board like the HDC. It's their job. It's, they're all steeped in it. They do it all the time. They're the people that should be making that decision. And the 6 criteria that I think you've signed on to them. Thank you for that. But I think, sort of.
A compromise.
It's not like, I spend too much time in court as an expert witness, and I listen to appraisers coming before courts, and there's a standard response is, well, you've got one that says X and this one says Y, so let's do X plus Y divided by 2, and that's the answer. And appraisers hate that. This isn't arithmetic like that. This is a more complicated matter. And looking at the national standards, as Councilor Cook said, and what I've learned working with HDC, this is a compromise, and I think it's a good one.
Wait, just before I know the Assistant Mayor has another question, but there was a question raised of the administrative approval still has to go through to make the recommendation, right? Like the 6, they still have to make an administrative approval for it to be on there, and so they have to make a decision. What we're asking, or what Councilor Denton is asking, is whether or not that decision is binding or not. Correct? They have to make a decision, and they have to suggest something. We're asking whether, and we've given them criteria to make that decision, and now we're asking if that decision is binding or not binding by staff. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Assistant Mayor.
This is I'm just going to share my opinion because I haven't shared my opinion on a lot of this. I thank you, both of you. I really rallied to let you continue this work. I think you've done good. I do think Councillor Denton's proposed change is a step of compromise while we work through the rest of this. I do have concerns, and I think has been discussed a lot, with some of the definitions of terms. Minimally visible is, I know it's one that's so subjective, but I think the gentleman who was here earlier with the solar panels that were approved on Maplewood, to me, those are not minimally visible, but were approved and are perfectly acceptable. And so
that's not in the historic district.
Okay, but if we took that and put that in the historic district, we would say that that is not minimally visible and that would not be approved. Potentially. Okay. So this is where I just, with all of this struggle of what is the minimum versus maximum impact on a community, and I think the HDC, you'll never hear me say that I think we should abolish the HDC. I think it needs to evolve. I think you can look at, I mean, you have 13th century churches in England. You have Pompeii, you have the Vatican, you have many historical, world recognized historical places around the world, Yorkshire, Minster, all of these places that are now using solar. And so much more historical, you could say, and way older than we have here in Portsmouth. And so I just want to make sure that while we make sure that we are respecting the integrity of our historic district, we are not only looking just regionally, but what is happening on a national scale, and making sure, and I thank you for the willingness to be adaptive and evolving on this matter. Again, there's just that subjectiveness of what that is, because I think you could stand on one side of Marcy Street and see something and stand on another side and not see anything. And so I would look for, whether that's in the rules, clarification, what that means, or examples potentially within the development, much like we did with the ADU project with the HDC, within that development of examples, and then figure out as a community what could work and what can't work. But I would hate to see a lot of no's, and I do respect the HDC has said a lot of yeses, but I would hate to see a lot of no's based on, again, the subjective view. So if that is clarification on our end, whether that is a change to adding in a supermajority, or if that is a change of the rules. But I thank you for your work. But I think it's very important that we're not alone in, like you said, we're not alone in this struggle. But there are places that have much longer history who are being aggressive. And so I just think we have to make sure we're in line with those.
Can I?
We'll get, if there's a question, was there a question asked to Chair Rudy? So we'll go to Councillor Bagley, then Councillor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. Question. Did the HDC previously require an engineer or architect to certify solar panels before they're installed?
No.
So we've made it harder.
No, it's not a requirement. It's a maybe.
But it didn't exist at all before?
No, it didn't. As I said, it came about because of the question raised by Councilor Cook at the last meeting.
Okay, so, I mean, my comment is, Councilors Blaylock and Denton brought this forward, I presume, to make it easier to put solar panels in the HDC. I won't be supporting either motion because I think it actually adds more hurdles and makes it harder. I struggle to understand why we've established that solar panels are nearly as historic as asphalt roofs in the grand scheme of things when you compare them to, churches in Europe with slate roofs that are 1,000 years old. The 40-year delta between solar and asphalt is not that big a deal. So I think the original motion, where if it has a slate roof or a wood roof, it has to go before the HDC, and if it has a asphalt shingle roof, it can have solar under the same conditions as the rest of the city. Makes sense. And I think Portsmouth has to decide, do we want to be a leader on things like green energy and climate change and rising sea levels, or do we want to put the aesthetic preferences of generally, we heard a lot tonight about tourism, and people come to our city and people visit our city. What about the residents that live here and want to put solar on their roofs? I'm worried about the residents, not the tourists.
And Councillor Bagley, Councillor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I want to thank both chairs for coming here tonight and all the hard work that's been done on this. It's a pleasure to serve on the HTC, and very proud of our history. I'm on the HTC because I own a building in the historic district, and my families were very proud of that, and we understand that value. When it comes to solar, I still go back to I don't believe it causes irrevocable changes. It's just, whether you see it or not, it can be taken off tomorrow, so it is not permanent in any way. So I really think it's more of a form of personal expression, such as paint color, because it could be changed. They could put it on for a week, not like it, and take it off. They probably wouldn't, you know what I mean, but they really could. We keep coming back to the minimally visible, which is subjective and not objective. So I worry, who's on the HGC in 5-10 years from now, who's on the city staff making this choice. I don't want to leave it up to chance, to just, whoever's sitting in that seat on one day could be different on a different day. I had 3 goals when I started this. I didn't want to waste a bunch of time. I wanted it to be easy to be understood, and I wanted it to be pro-solar and allow residents in Portsmouth to put solar on their houses if they wanted to. The amendments before us I don't believe they accomplish those things. I think it makes it confusing. As you said, now we're talking about getting a letter of certification from a licensed architect. To me, that's adding another cost to the applicant. We had 20 middle school students begging for us to do solar. They're the future residents of Portsmouth. They're the ones who really need it. And we all sat here and nodded our heads, yes, that we're pro-solar and that we'll support them. And I don't want us to turn around and say, well, we'll support you as long as I can't see it. That's not supporting solar to me. I know there's rules that the Interior, the Secretary follow. There's other rules that other communities follow, and that's great. But they're not Portsmouth, and they're not Portsmouth for a reason. We became Portsmouth because we're different, because we didn't follow other communities. So I want Portsmouth to be a leader, and I think we should be a leader in climate change. And I didn't get elected to come up here and follow. I came up here to make decisions, to lead. And I know the kids I coach, they all support this stuff. Unfortunately, it's past their bedtime and they got homework. But I think we need to make something that's easily understood, is objective. I believe our original change is just, you look at the materials of the roof and that's it. There can be no misunderstanding there. So I hope this council approves the first, the original amendment, but that's the one that's truly will help our residents get solar and be leaders of this community.
And Councilor Blaylock, we'll go Councilor Tabor first by the apple, and back to Councilor Cook.
So, as I understand it and follow the thread, Councilor Denton's amendment would shift us from not visible from the street to minimally visible.
It would, if I may, essentially what my amendment does, it cuts what's under administrative approval for roof-mounted solar energy systems, those 6 criteria.
Right.
And it pastes it where it now wants to amend paragraph 7 under staff level exemptions. So all it does is it's making what the planning board and HDC would like to see essentially be guidelines that could be pulled at random to, hey, this is the actual exemption. But when it comes to the individual terminology, this is just first reading. We could debate that further, but this motion, my amendment to the amendment, is simply that one change. Whether it's these guidelines are staff approval or if they are administrative approval, meaning it's their consent agenda.
No, I actually support having this be staff approval, be it administrative approval, and I support shifting to minimally visible. I think of it in terms of St. John's, where I'm a parishioner. I've been on the board. They're very excited about their solar installation on Thaxter Hall, and it will be minimally visible from Chapel Street. But it's an opportunity for the church to pay 95% of its electricity bill and to relieve their carbon footprint. And I think that's the case. That's what we've got. We've got the desire of individuals to take advantage of this technology versus our deference to the historic character of the city. To me, minimally visible means that maybe you see the edge, maybe you see a small portion of it, and to me, that's okay. So I would vote for the amendment.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a few comments, but I wanted to first ask the city manager a question, because essentially what Councillor Denton's amendment is doing is moving administrative approvals out of the purview of the HDC, moving those guidelines, and having staff only review these criteria and make a decision. Do we have anyone in our planning staff that has a degree in historic preservation planning?
That's a good question, and I would need to confirm that, but they would take the same review that they do now.
Okay.
When determining administrative approval. And I think the nuance here is that it would not be on the consent agenda, it would just be FYI to the Historic District Commission.
So currently, who in our staff does that review currently?
I can ask the Planning and Sustainability Director, Peter Britz, to address that because he's here this evening.
Well, Peter's walking up. I guess we'll take it at good faith that the HDC and the Planning Board made recommendations on administrative approval, trusting that the administrative approval would likely go through, and Councillor Denton is moving to have that just be a staff level approval. So, Peter?
To answer your question, Isaac Gilboa was the one who reviews the exemptions and the administrative approvals right now.
Okay.
I think it's a valid concern to not put it all on staff, but I think what they're going through with the administrative approval updates will help that and give us more clarity on what needs to come out. And we've been working with the chair specifically before the meeting to make sure those administrative approvals work well, and I think we can improve on that as well.
And can I ask, do we know if Isaac Gilbo has a degree in historic preservation planning?
No.
Or background in that? Okay. So do we have anyone in the planning department that does have a background in preservation planning?
Not really, not from a degree standpoint, but certainly people have worked in it for many years.
Okay. Thank you. So here's my concern. We're, as Councilor Moreau said, putting a lot of pressure on staff by making this change and asking them to approve without review of the HDC or the wisdom of the Historic District Commission applications. And we're putting all of that pressure on one staff member who I think is a fantastic staff member, does a great job, but has only been in that position for about a year. So that is putting a lot of pressure on that staff member. And we don't have anyone in our planning staff currently with a background in preservation. We actually do have members on the Historic District Commission who do have expertise in preservation planning, and I think that that's really important to remember. The reason we had so many people come to speak to us tonight from Portsmouth Advocates and from the Historical Society is that expertise does matter. And what our opinions are as members of the council, if we don't have expertise in historic planning or preservation, and we don't understand necessarily, and we haven't reviewed the guidelines that are written by the experts from the Secretary of the Interior and the National Park Service, who do this professionally every day and talk about how we can do both sustainability and preservation at the same time. If we're not getting that expertise, how are we making decisions that are reasonable decisions as a city and as a council to preserve those resources? I have a particular frustration around this because we have spent quite a bit of time on it, time that could have been spent developing incentives for solar outside the historic district. We have plenty of buildings also actually that are in the historic district that have flat roofs that could have solar, that don't have solar. We could have spent all of this time working on incentivizing solar so that we had more solar. But instead, we've spent a lot of time trying to change guidelines and frankly, ignoring recommendations from experts. And so I don't want to be in a position, and I will not vote to be in a position that we are going to ignore the experts that we have on the Historic District Commission or the Planning Board that has reviewed this as well, or the national guidelines that are written by experts in this field for energy efficiency within the Historic District.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Denton.
Given the time, and this is just first reading, can be amended further at second reading, I'd like to call the question on this amendment to the amendment.
Is there a roll call vote?
Is that what you want me to do?
Roll call on
Josh.
question.
Denton's.
Motion to amend.
Motion
the
to
amendment.
amend to require that essentially everything that was devised by the HDC and Planning Board in the effort to have administrative approval be consolidated under staff approval.
Correct. It'd be a new paragraph.
You stated, but the gist of it is
You are
take
correct.
all the work from administrative approval and make it a staff approval.
Correct.
Assistant Mayor Kelly.
No.
Councilor Tabor.
Yes.
Councilor Cook.
No.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Councilor Blaylock.
Yes.
Councilor Bagley.
Yes.
Councilor Moreau.
No.
Councilor Lombardi.
No.
Mayor McEachern.
Yes.
Passes 5-4.
Now we have the motion as amended in front of us. Any further discussion? Haven't said anything about it, but, pass the gavel. That's good.
I'll start reminding you.
Yeah. So I appreciate the effort that went into this, and I think that the compromise that Councillor Denton put forth to take all of the work that you put forth and then make that the rule. Minimally visible, still subjective. I imagine that there's still going to be a lot of edge cases that come before the HDC, and I think that's what we're trying to get to. I hope that compromise is what is viewed here. We've had a lot of discussion on solar as a fund, people can buy into to green energy or community power, which is a great thing. You should do that. But the ability to, as a homeowner, to be able to say, I want to reduce or eliminate my energy costs through solar, we're not going to be able to do that through community power. And I think there's a lot of advantages to be able to allow that from an environmental standpoint, but also just a individual freedom standpoint, as long as it's minimally visible. And I expect the staff to do their best on this, as they would have with administrative approvals. And I kind of like the elegant nature of this, in that all of the work that went into these rules are now going to be tested. And the HDC and the Planning Board, if they trust these and support them at second and third reading, it will be because you trusted the efforts that you put into what you thought was administrative approval, and not a cynical view of you only agreed to something because you figured you could just pull it out if you didn't like it. So it puts you in a position to have to come up with really good rules. I think you gave it your best effort, and we're going to see if this moves on to next reading, if it's actually going to change the process, or you're just going to get a ton of administrative approvals because staff says, no way, I'm not going to decide on that, what's minimally visible. And we might find ourselves back in the same position, but I hope that this is viewed as the compromise that Councillor Denton brought it with, and that's to take advantage of all the expertise that went into it and move on to second reading, where we can hear from the public input on whether or not this is enough, or if changes need to be made. So, call the question.
No,
I'll call.
Councillor Cook. Thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to get an opinion from the legal counsel. If we vote against this with the changes, then does it default to the original language that was in the review for this evening?
If you vote not to pass it?
Yeah.
Okay, then you would still have on the table the motion to pass the original version from first reading to second. Yes.
Councilor Cook. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm unhappy with the change that's been made, but to prevent worse changes, I'm going to vote for this. And I'm very disappointed to be put in this position.
Okay. Val, will you call the vote?
I'm,
Oh, I'm sorry. Council Lombardi?
I guess I wonder too, sometimes land use boards get challenged legally, and I know that usually goes to the planning board or the Board of Adjustment and then to the courts. If a staff member making an administrative approval gets challenged legally, what would happen there?
Well, I think it would be an appeal of an administrative decision. And under these circumstances, I think it would go to the Housing Board of Appeals or the ZBA.
Goes to the ZBA before that.
So from the just the staff level, because it wouldn't go to the Historic District Commission, so it would have to go to ZBA first. Yep. Then Superior Court.
Okay. Any more questions or comments before we call the vote? Okay. Val, please call the vote.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Councilor Tabor?
Yes.
Councilor Cook?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Blaylock?
Yes.
Councilor Bagley?
No.
Councilor Moreau?
No.
Councilor Lombardi?
No.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
Passes 6-3.
I was going to be able to go last if I called.
I think you were.
Your Honor,
You were. I'm sorry.
I motion to suspend the rules to go
Thank you for
past
coming,
10:30.
guys.
Sorry,
Second.
what was that?
I motion to suspend the rules to go past 10:30.
Oh,
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed? Stand firm in my beliefs.
All right. Next up is city manager's actions, or city manager's items which require action.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first up is a request to ask the council to formally vote to affirm the location for the new community policing facility.
Your Honor, I move to affirm the municipal campus as preferred site for the community policing facility with the understanding that staff will present firmer cost and schedule estimates at the 30% design stage.
Second.
Great, thank you.
Any discussion? Or Counselor, city manager.
I'm happy to elaborate on this further. I know there's been a lot of public comment received by this council. I would like to reiterate some of the points that the commissioners made during public comment, which was to say that this is by no means a design. This was a massing exercise and a means to show a concept which, if supported in concept, in terms of locating the facility here, as a means to maximize cost and understand efficiencies as we move forward. I would want to say that the farmers market would continue to stay here. The effort to be made by the design team would be to respect the concerns heard by the public about view shed and historic character and understand the needs of the policing facility as they relate to the site. But I think it's important to also recognize in making a decision, it does cause anxiety, and we look forward to continuing in the transparent, God bless you, manner that we've acted to date, which is interesting, right? You have milestones to achieve, and at every point in the way, this working group has brought forward the conversation to the council. So by no means has anything other than narrowing down, from a cost perspective, the most efficient way to achieve a new policing facility, which is what we understood the consensus of the council to be, would be to do that here at this location as part of the municipal complex. But I think we also understand as a group that we've been directed to use as much of the existing building and facility as possible and to build as small a new facility as possible. And all of the input we will continue to gather along the way will be used to refine the finished product. So we have a fair amount of work to do to get moving with more detail, with input from the community about how the eventual design will look and how this will be incorporated into the municipal complex. And I'll stop there. We have several of the staff and several of the police department are here to answer questions.
Okay, going first to Assistant Mayor. Did I see Councilor Cook? Okay, then I saw Councilor Moreau, Councilor Lombardi. I'll forget this, Councilor Bagley, and Councilor Taylor. Try not to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Question for the working group. I know that in the beginning of this process, there were a couple public input or public discussion sessions held. I'm wondering when the last one of those was held and when we could consider the next one. I know that this has been a very open, we've had work sessions, we've had things like that, but I remember we had a couple public sessions, unfortunately, that were not attended by anyone, but I think the people up here, the people in this room, but at community campus. And as the mayor said earlier, I know that we feel like this isn't a rushed along process because it has been a decade in the making. But I think there's some public worry that it is being rushed. So I guess my question is, when was the last round of public dialogue kind of work sessions that were out in community, and do we have any other scheduled?
And you want to take a crack at that?
No one wants to come up and answer.
We would be happy to hold another public work session if the public would like to show up this time, other than kind of waiting till the last minute until we're here. I think maybe it would help the process if we had, since we've got a bunch of questions now that we've taken in from the correspondence that you all received, give us a little time to digest that, look a little further, so maybe it's another month or two, or maybe we wait until September because so many people are away on vacation, July or August. But, surveying the team here, I think, we're more than amenable to continuing to answer questions, and also continuing, if you think this is worthwhile, to dive down a little further, to keep sharpening the pencil, to look at some options. And we just need to know, do you want us to keep with that effort here on the campus?
Thank you, Suzanne. Councilor Cook, and then, where was it going? Over there. All right, Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually had a question about the siting on this campus that I didn't ask at the last work session. I was hoping someone could answer. When we initially were looking at the several site options, one of the sites was here on campus, but it was an addition on the back side of the building rather than on the front side of the building. When did we transition, and why did we transition from the back side of the building to the front side of the building?
Good evening, Peter Rice, Director of Public Works. If you may recall, when we did the evaluation, the square footage of the addition was 10,000 square foot, and the balance of the work would be, or the balance of the station would be inside. That required significant adjustment of the structure itself, and it became very expensive. It also became challenging relative to the construction in the back of the building because it's tight space, so there's additional costs associated with that. So it was a combination. It was one of the most expensive options. We also had to relocate the police while we were doing this work. So it was a combination of the additional expense and difficulty relative to relocating the police during construction, the challenge related to the construction itself in the back, and it really did not give us the flexibility we were looking for. The alternative to go out to the front wasn't looked at first because of the obvious concerns relative to impacts to the parking lot, impacts to the viewscape. All those things are things that we've been talking about internally, as well as, we acknowledged it when we came to the last work session. We point blank said it. All those things that people have brought up, we acknowledge those challenges. So I'm not sure if that, so we did look at it. The cost, it was the highest cost that we had generated for our options. And it was, very disruptive. It didn't just impact the police, it also impacted the balance of the building.
I guess as a follow-on to that, with the change in scope of the project that has occurred through the discussions you've had for the last several months, could that potentially change the possibility of what an addition on the back looks like?
I've actually thought a lot about this. And I was walking out there this afternoon with Joe Almeida. We were walking back there and we said, okay, what would it take to put a 30,000 square foot addition in back here and just really just try to mirror the whole thing? It would be a lot more expensive. That being said, if the council says that's the location for the new work, then we would go ahead and start developing those costs associated with doing that. The challenge relative to construction is significant. However, if you do enough of an addition that you don't have to displace the police while you're doing that work, that would save a lot. That would save money. There'd be more expensive, and there'd be the property line. You're also impacting the maintenance facility while you're doing that. So there are some challenges related to it. But when we looked at that portion, when we looked at the back area last time, it was not. It was the most expensive approach, and I do not anticipate that would be a relatively. I don't see those costs changing. I think it would be more expensive, and the direction we received that we took on was, try to keep within budget and try to use as much as you can within the existing building, and that was how we ended up gravitating towards this section. We haven't exhausted all the configurations on how to minimize the impacts on this side, and part of the challenge is you need to do enough engineering and design to be able to answer some of these questions, but that's there's some significant costs associated with that. So you don't want to kind of run down this road and spend a lot of money and then run down this road. We want to kind of have a firm idea of, okay, this is the general location, this is the general sizing of what we're looking at. How do we make it work?
And the last real question I have is around sizing here out front in what we see designed. We had a very clever resident reach out and point out that we're abandoning quite a bit of space that is currently being utilized by the police department. And, we're constantly being reminded by residents about concerns about mold, which I want to take the opportunity to reassure our residents that we've done over $1 million of remediation and renovation work on the existing facility over the last many years. So we are abandoning a lot of space that we have actually renovated that is usable space. Is it possible that we still can utilize some of that space rather than abandoning it and therefore reduce the size of an addition and therefore make it a little bit more affordable to go out the back?
I would say that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
So we are looking very closely at the spaces that do provide space that works for the police station and the police functions. There are certain areas that aren't really conducive to really anything other than just bulk storage, and they are deeper in the building. But we're looking closely at all aspects of this, and there's many things that we will continue to look at, but we need to understand. To be able to drill down deeper and to better understand what the costs are associated with these things, we need to understand, okay, the facility is going to be in this general location. And, if the decision of the council is to make it a little bit smaller, make it, try to push more here, reduce cost, knowing the location, we can start, we have guardrails and we start to say, okay, within those guardrails, this is what we can do.
Thank you.
Councilor Lombardi, Councilor Bagley, Councilor Moreau, Councilor.
I guess I have one request for this whole project is that, the city has this 3D imaging system for projects like this, and the sooner we get this project within that imaging system where you can literally walk around it and look at it from the ground or from above would be very helpful to residents.
Thanks, Councilor Lombardi. Councilor Moreau and then Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Councilor Cook. She asked several questions I had, but to kind of continue on that, would it even be possible in looking at this, I do believe that having it here on campus is the right decision, but could we make even like smaller additions on the front and back and tie them along the side in some way? I'm just trying to find a way that it could be the least disruptive and still kind of work. So I'm wondering if you can take a look at that. And could you confirm that the cherry blossom trees are going to stay and that they won't be affected?
My staff is very proud of the cherry trees. If you've noticed, we planted another row of them higher up because saltwater intrusion is impacting those trees. They are saplings or from the same group of trees that were originally donated. So we are very cognizant of protecting those trees. There may be impacts. However, we would plan accordingly to make sure that additional trees were planted. That we need to look at succession planting anyway, or planting anyway. So there are some areas that there may be close impact relative to construction, but I believe the bulk of them really are out of the area of influence. So, and during construction, we protect trees and we make sure it's in the contract that the contractors have to protect the trees. So,
can I ask another? Resident brought up this evening the fact that the possibility, the fact that Northeast Credit Union on Borthwick Ave property has gone on the market, and that might be a good place for a policing facility. I personally, because of the age of the building, it might have been renovated, but I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about what the difficulties might be, not only the purchase price of buying that property to do that, but what the implications would be.
Joe and I went out, Joe Almeida and I went out there last week and did a walk around the building. Looked at I think it's Davit construction system, which is like a hardy board type of material or a foam board with a stucco like material. So it's a steel frame with steel studs with a lightweight light gauge covering on it. So it really doesn't lend itself readily to be converted to a police station. So there would be probably significant work. Likely a section would probably need to be torn down, and the critical infrastructure space would need to be a more substantial building. But until a full evaluation were done of the existing, building, and the challenges associated with that, I can't give a really coherent answer other than the fact that it is interesting. It's a relatively big space. It's counter to what the direction is we heard from you all was, stay to the campus concept. It is a bit farther out of town, making it a little more challenging. But obviously if the direction is to pursue some other area, we would come back to you and do a more thorough review of what that would mean.
No, I was just really looking to address the fact that, we'd have to pay $9 million and most likely have to tear some of the building down, which is kind of what you've confirmed now, that it wouldn't be acceptable. So thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Bagley.
Thank you, Honor. A couple of questions, maybe for Peter, and then maybe a couple of finance questions. I'm still struggling with. So we've only had 2 work sessions, I think, for the police station, and I know not a lot of the public has come out to it, but there's only one counselor on the building committee. So for us as counselors, we don't get a lot of chance to ask questions and see what's happening. And to be perfectly frank, at both work sessions, I was kind of shocked at what was presented. The first one was massively over budget. And the second one, I know these are massing drawings, but they just are, in my opinion, they are undesirable, let's say. I'm still concerned that Dover built theirs for $9 million, call it $24 million in today's dollars. We're still at such a high cost. I'm concerned that the part of the team is the Architects Design Group, who I thought did a very unprofessional presentation at the first meeting. I have a lot of concerns about what we're being presented with, and I feel like we're not getting enough data, and we're not part of the process enough to be spending this kind of money. So I guess that's not a question. I apologize. The question I have for finance is if we do bond this out, are we looking at roughly 3 to 3.5 million per year in cost?
I believe that's correct, and I think that would hit in FY '28, if that's not correct, that FY '28, correct.
Yeah, we'll start with bond anticipation notes for the first 2 years.
Correct.
And my question, the follow-up, I did back of the envelope math where you kind of figure 10,000 households and you put 60% on residents, and I get a number just over $200 a year per medium household. It would be nice to have like a, be able to tell the residents, we're going to get a new police station. This is how much it's going to cost you per year for the next 20 years.
You would like that as a report back?
Yes, please.
We can do that. I think it's fair to say we could do that irrespective of the question we're asking the council tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate all the work that's been done getting to this point. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can keep going down this road. After hearing from public sentiment, like Councilor Bagley says, this is only our third chance to kind of weigh in. And I'm very familiar with this process. I know my father was dealing with it when he was mayor. And if there was an easy solution, I know we would have built the police station by now. My fear is that this is the wrong road to go down. I know there's some sentiment for the campus feel. I'm not really one of those. That's not a priority for me. If the police, I think the police station should be somewhere in the Gateway district. For me, not exactly in a neighborhood. And I understand, like putting it out here, it saves $26 million if you compare it to, say, like the Granite Street lot when we were looking at that. But I don't want to save $26 million. I don't want to make a mistake just to save $26 million. This is a big investment. I want to do it right. But I don't know if this is the right path that I can support going down at this point.
Thanks, Councilor Blaylock. Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Your Honor. These are hard choices because, I've heard from many of my neighbors, I live in the South End, that they don't like what this is going to do to the view, not just from the top of the hill, but from below the hill looking up towards it. But as a member of the working committee, I can tell you we have looked at if we go somewhere off of the hill, the costs go up dramatically to 70 or 72 million, because what we have here is we can renovate 19,000 square feet of the total 49,000, and that saves us about $30 million. And I do feel it's good to have the police station part of City Hall. It's good for residents who want to do everything at once. It's good for accountability for the police. So it's a hard trade-off, but I don't think I can in good conscience be so deferential to a viewscape. And it's a view of a 1960s era building right now that I could add $30 million of taxpayer burden. And my concern is if we halt now and we look at options that aren't up here with City Hall, and we are suddenly back into the world of $72 million, it will never happen. And this has been kicked down the road by council after council. And I don't think we should, as a council, defer this one. And then you logically come to the conclusion that The only way you can bring it in at the budgeted amount in the CIP is to put it here and reuse the 19,000 square feet of space. Now, are we moving too fast? Should we have a public hearing? As a member of the Working Council, I think that'd be a good idea. I think we need to hear more resident input. But, I would urge us to think long and hard before we abandon this.
Thank you, Councillor Tabor. Anybody else? Councillor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. While I have still some serious reservations about moving forward with the police station as it is now, if we are to move forward, I think it should be in this space because we need to save money for our taxpayers. My reservations are really first and foremost about what our budget looks like for the next 25 years. And when I've done the calculations on what the CIP budget looks like and what our residents want to see in that CIP over the next 25 years, I came out with a number somewhere between 25 and 27 million is what we can actually afford for a police station. Now, just because the number's coming in at 41 million, that doesn't mean we can afford 41 million. What happens when we get to 41 million is that all the things that we've already pushed out in the CIP budget to 2029 cannot be done. And it's not just the things that we're foregoing in 2029, it's all the other things that we have to forego for the next 20 years. What I always hear is the argument about what are needs versus wants, and that a police station is a need. Well, we actually have a police station already. It's not that we don't have a police station. There are spaces that absolutely need to be improved, and we absolutely need more space in certain areas. But we also need some infrastructure improvements to address sea level rise. And that's not in the CIP budget, and it won't be in the CIP budget for the next 25 years, potentially, if we go through with a $41 million project. And so I'm thinking about what the needs are of this city beyond just our police force, of everyone in this city, in 15 years, in 20 years, and saying, how are we going to afford those key infrastructure improvements that we have to make if we commit $41 million? So that's always been my biggest concern. But my second concern has always been around needs assessment. And I know we did one in 2014, and we just did one. But if the one we did in 2014 looks the same as the one we just did, that isn't actually a needs assessment. That's a want list. When you're asked somebody what they need, they think they need, and they tell you what they need, that is not getting an actual statistically valid needs assessment. There are organizations that actually come in and do needs assessments. And I asked for that in 2022 before we passed the CIP budget. And it was my understanding I was going to get one before we went down this design path. So that's been my other concern. When you're committing taxpayer dollars, especially at this level, you need to absolutely be sure that you have the need to do that, especially when you're foregoing projects that are going to be necessities over the next 25 years. So I want to see that data before I move forward in voting in favor of any bonding for a project like this. I also want to see data, real data, around why we are so different from Dover, that's 10,000 larger than us in population. Why are we so different from Salem, that's almost 10,000 individuals larger than we are? You know, I realize that we have a swell of population during the day. Pease takes on about 10,000 people. Well, if you add 10,000 to our 22,000 in population, you get Dover's population. So why are we so different? Why is our force size also so different? What is our needs really around our force size? What's the comparison between our force size now and what it was in 1991 when our population was significantly larger than it is now as a city? Do we have a larger police force now? And why do we have a larger police force? Do we need that size force? So we have to be asking all of those questions before we get to designing a police station. and spending $41 million. So, if I get answers to those questions and all of those things, if they do justify building a police station, I'm in favor of it. So I don't oppose building a station if it's absolutely something that we need, but I haven't seen that data, and that's part of this process and the struggle of this process and the council coming in so late in the process. So if we need to commit to a location, this would be the location because we need to save some dollars on this project no matter what, but I'm still not committed to moving forward yet.
And Councillor Cook, Councillor Blaylock.
I just want to reiterate that I don't want to say like I will never support a police station here. I don't want to say that. I just want to explore all the options. I think we should kind of slow down. I just don't want to commit to this right now. I just want to clarify my statement.
Councillor Blaylock. Any other questions of anyone in the room this evening? Got one for Peter, if I could ask. Peter, what is the, so you and Joe did a recon mission to the Northeast Credit Union building on Borthwick. What would be an estimate of, I guess, based on all the work that we've done thus far, do we have any idea if the estimate of rehabbing that facility or changing that facility would be more or less than $500 a square foot?
I couldn't give you a number right now. I'd need to look at the structural drawings of the building. I'd need to work with our consultants to really drill down in terms of what level of rehabilitation is needed. Based on the walk around, I did see water damage along a lot of the sill areas. There appears to be work that would need. I mean, they're not unloading the building, because it's in great shape. I'm sure there's reasons for them in addition to just business reasons. But there'd need to be an I wouldn't want to give you a number and say this is it. You can use $650 a square foot for renovation and that's it. There's significant work that would need to be done to give you a good firm number. Is there value to it? Probably. I mean, a lot of the site work it's a level site. A lot of the parking lots and stuff, so there's some value there. We'd need to see what kind of utilities you'd need. I assume there's plenty of power because there's overhead lines right there. So that would be an easy thing. But there's costs associated with relocating. The antenna array that we have here is reusable, and that's probably $1 million worth of equipment. So there'd need to be that. So there's a bunch of pieces that, to be able to answer your question, I would need to it would take a little time.
Okay. I guess I was looking for an easier response, in that it would be more than $500 a square foot to do based on our kind of assessment. Is there a possibility that there's no renovation required or minimum renovation outside of, or we don't know any of those
I would
answers?
say no. At a minimum, you'd be doing some level of renovation at a minimum, and likely for a good portion of it, very heavy renovation and probably tearing down sections and rebuilding brand new sections.
Okay. A question on my favorite topic of the IBC 3 and IBC 4 building. From a new section standpoint, is there a general understanding of, like, from a code perspective, it looks like in addition to just the general design of this, we push off from the existing building by roughly 55 feet. Can you walk through the reasoning behind that? Is that, as I understand, a code reason we have to separate those buildings by that much? I know that there's space within there, but on the second floor, there's much less space used on the second floor as compared to the first floor. In that public access entryway, multi-use area.
Yeah, my area of expertise is not code compliance, but I do understand that when you put a building that a new building next to an older building, you have to have a fire separation for the higher code, and there's a 3-hour minimum, and there are distances that are required to be away. I think they're less than 55 feet, but there are things in that chunk that are not part of the separation, but they're part of the public space, and whether they're interview rooms or whether they're public meeting spaces. But the code compliance is relative to fire ratings on the wall separating the two buildings. So, and there's a certain distance relative to where you're supposed to be from a seismic standpoint as well.
Your Honor, our building code official is still here. If we could ask Shanti to come up and...
Yeah, Shanti, I'm probably butchering the...
Good evening, Shanti Wolf, Chief Building Inspector. I would certainly be a little more coherent a couple hours ago, but I'll do my best
Me
at this
too,
point.
bud. Me too.
So there are some considerations, obviously, with code. There's also some allowances that the code would cover with respect to identifying the areas at the police station that would be considered critical infrastructure, and then creating a 3-hour structural separation to the areas that may not be considered critical infrastructure, but still a police station, right? So in no uncertain terms, from what I can read, that the police station, fire, and hospitals are risk category 4. Absolutely. There may be some other municipalities that haven't classified them that way, but we don't work there. And I've been over this with other inspectors. I've been over this with the deputy fire chief, and so risk level 4 for sure. But does that need to capture the entirety of the new police station? And me and the deputy chief agree that it doesn't. And the code is clear. There's sections that actually allow for multiple occupancies within that new structure, as long as we separate it accordingly. But we would need to make sure that the sprinkler system, the electricity, everything is self-contained within that area of the police station is considered critical infrastructure. That way, it wouldn't be subject to, terrorist attack, putting gas in through the air system, the air handlers that are shared between other parts of City Hall. We don't want that. They need to have their own HVAC system. They need to have their own sprinkler system, their own electricity. They could share the $1 million generator that's already in place here. That's a big savings, right? So that would work. That would be okay. But I think to Peter's point, there are some fire separation requirements. It would be level 4, but lots of the portions of it could be level 3.
Okay. Thank you, Shanti. On that, when it comes to, I heard this, and this is the problem in this position. You hear something and then don't really know what that means, and you kind of sticks in your head. One of the things that meets that definition is originally when we were talking about the retrofit of this building, that if we met a certain percentage, we would have to bring the entire City Hall up to IBC4. And what I'm hearing from this is that maybe if the new building were to hold those different areas, those critical infrastructure areas, that might not be the case in redoing the entire City Hall or the entire, I guess, police sections of the City Hall up to IBC4.
Absolutely, and I think there's also, just a clarification on the level of renovation when you get to 50%, and there's this notion that all of a sudden everything has to come to code. And specifically in the existing building code, when you work through the code path, that's what needs to happen, right? A design professional needs to start at the beginning and work all the way through. But quickly, I'll just say that you would need to reconfigure 50% of the entire contiguous building at City Hall for it to be considered a level 3 renovation, meaning that all sorts of additional code of the day compliance would need to happen. So you could renovate, and when I say renovate, you could literally tear all the facings off the entire City Hall, redo the floors, redo the wiring. That still wouldn't rise to the level that would require you to update everything in City Hall. It's when you reconfigure the space, more than 50% of the contiguous building. So if I want to take the floor plan, and I want to reconfigure 50% of the floor plan of the existing building, then it would facilitate code of the day to take place throughout the rest of the building.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a lot to the code. It's code. It's not always easy to look at, but two different things: risk level 4, critical infrastructure, and then there's a level of renovation, which is level 1, level 2, level 3, which will also have an impact on how much work is done throughout City Hall. But I will say, just to sum it up, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to reuse or repurpose space within City Hall right now, and that can work alongside the proposed new police station or the new construction, I would say, and it wouldn't all have to be that risk level 4, right? So seismic proofing and lots of different considerations that would increase the cost by probably roughly 4%, I think, right, overall. So we'd be able to keep those costs down. You just need to get creative. You need to get that 3-hour separation, keep all your sprinkler and your electricity, everything to that building, you know, and the other areas of the police station would have their own HVAC system, which would be good because, as we know, the HVAC system in the existing City Hall needs to be kind of planned on. Work needs to be done in the future, in the near future, and so that could all work together for that. So.
Thank you very much, Shanti. I think that, you know, from my perspective here, and I don't have any more questions. Do other folks have questions for Shanti? I don't want you to make it stand up to hear this soliloquy, but I think from a standpoint of understanding the space needs analysis at 50,000 square feet, we've heard that number multiple different times. It happens to be the credit, or the not credit service, the Northeast Credit Union building. The difference between that building and this building, I don't know how much that would cost to renovate. I'm one of the people that like the campus feel because I like the police being a part of the government and having the ability to communicate. I like the idea of the farmers market continuing right next to, you know, potentially a rehab facility. The things that we've seen recently in the press, and I just want to characterize, you know, it's our job to get people to the point where they feel as though they know enough. You know, it's like Portsmouth doesn't come out till we get to approaching 30% design, and that's good reason, because you shouldn't have to be at the ground level of every decision. You should trust that the council is doing the job, but also then going to be incorporating feedback once we get there. The thing that I heard tonight is that this building as presented achieves what the police have asked for in everything thus far. It also does so for $27 to $30 million less than the other sites outside of it. And I have not been convinced necessarily that Northeast Credit Union would present, you know, another opportunity outside of that. I've also heard from Shanti and the building inspector that there's a lot of creativity we can do around the highest cost portions of the building when still maintaining code. And if we can have this conversation and move forward to more understanding of this, along with more public dialogue sessions with the public, we can get a better sense of how we can utilize this space more effectively, meaning the entire City Hall, and hopefully be able to start landing the plane when it comes to the perception of place as it results in City Hall. I think there's a lot of work still to be done, but I think that this is likely the only path we have forward in terms of getting a police station, just because of the synergies, antenna, generator, the existing building that can be rehabbed, and hopefully be able to deliver that. And that's why I will support moving this forward from a conceptual design or to further the conceptual design. I would like to see to have some public input on that to better understand the public. Once they've seen this, it's time for us to engage with them to understand all of those things. But I see this right now as the only path forward that meets the budget, as well as the opportunity to reuse as much of this space as possible. Any further discussion before a vote or amendments to this?
Just,
Tabor?
I would also add that we were able to keep the shooting range and the maintenance, auto maintenance, in place with this option. And if we move away from City Hall somewhere, we risk having to build new shooting range, new auto maintenance.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify, I will vote in favor of this location as moving forward and pursuing this location, but only with the caveat that I'm looking for plans that are not in the front of the building, that are in the back of the building and utilizing more of the existing space.
Councilor Lombardi?
Yeah, I would vote for it too with the same, at least partial caveat of Councilor Cook, that perhaps some in the back, maybe some in the front too, but.
Okay. Councilor, was that raised by Councilor Moreau or no? Or was Councilor Blaylock?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just think I need more questions answered at this point to vote yes right now tonight. You know, I understand the shooting range and the maintenance for the cars, but why does that have to be in the main police facility? You know, could that remain here and then we could, just, there's questions that I just need to answer before I can vote yes tonight. That's simple.
Okay, so any other comments, questions on this? Okay, we will have a roll call vote.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Councilor Tabor?
Yes.
Councilor Cook?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Blaylock?
No.
Councilor Bagley?
No.
Councilor Moreau?
Yes.
Councilor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes.
7-2 passes.
All right.
One more item, Your Honor. This is a request or a question to the council based on our understanding, staff's understanding of what the council's intent was relative to character-based zoning ordinance amendments made back at the August 7th, 2023 meeting. You will recall we passed several amendments to Chapter 10, Article 5A, character-based zoning, and these amendments were relative to properties with at least 1 acre in size, located within the CD4, CD4W, and CD5 character districts, and not located within an incentive overlay district. Deputy City Attorney Trevor McCourt lays out our thought process in a pretty thorough email. He's also memo to me, which is in the packet. He's also here this evening. I think the question we're trying to get at is, does staff understand the intent of the ordinance? And if we do, and if we understand your intent, in all of the amending and in the red line and in the blue line, and there were a lot of cooks in the kitchen, if you will, the language did not tightly say that it required owners of qualifying properties to provide both workforce housing and community space in order to qualify for an additional story. So if this were the intent of the council, we are looking to have the council refer this amendment to, that is attached to the planning board for a recommendation at its June meeting to come back to the council in July. We could go on. We could go on more. I'll stop there and offer that Trevor's here to answer questions.
Your Honor, I move to refer the attached zoning ordinance amendment to the planning board for a recommendation at its June 20th, 2024 meeting, and to provide a report back at the city council meeting on July 15th, 2024.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Moreau?
When this was brought to my attention, I think that this council, when we think mixed use and we're asking for incentives, we were definitely thinking mixed businesses and residences. So I very much would like this to go back, although I guess because it seems like a fairly simple, could we amend the motion that it would come back for first reading in July 15th, 2024 with its recommendation?
I don't see why not. Could they
I'd
do
second that.
Sure.
Okay. Assistant Mayor seconded.
Yes.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
I think, didn't we just approve the amendment, and now we have to approve the...
Probably. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Are we all asleep now?
Your Honor.
It's getting late.
Can I go ahead? I make a motion that we move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Your Honor, I would look to amend that motion to separate out letter C from the Seacoast African American Cultural Center Board. I sit on their board, and I would just like to vote on that.
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Consent agenda approval, less letter C.
And that's seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now letter C.
Then I'll make a motion that we accept the letter from Sandy Clark Caddy, Seacoast African American Cultural Center, requesting permission to hold the third Juneteenth Freedom Walk Wednesday, June 19th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
And one abstention. All right, email correspondence.
Your Honor, I move to accept and place on file.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, a packet or correspondence received. Last council meeting accessory dwelling unit handbook is presented by Paige Trace at the May 20th, 2024 city council meeting.
Yes, move to accept and place on file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, on to the council agendas. Appointments to be considered. We have the appointment of Robert Sullivan to the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Sister City Committee. I would like that to be considered, and we'll bring it up at the next council meeting. You might know Bob. And just as a point of order, although Bob is a resident, he does not need to be to serve on a Blue Ribbon Committee. That is not a requirement, and since the Sister Cities Committee is not one, or is a Blue Ribbon Committee, you do not have to be a resident to apply. Next up, appointed to be voted, the appointment of Amy May Court to Recreation Board.
Your Honor, I move to appoint Amy May Court to the Recreation Board.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'll just say that she's been a fantastic co-chair of the skate park committee, and we're very excited to have her join the rec board.
Indeed, and if it wasn't this late hour, I'm sure we would all be effusive in her praise of Amy May and for all the work she's done and all the work she will do. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And then I'm requesting a report back from legal regarding ordinance consolidation. Specifically, it was brought to my attention that a neighbor, two adjacent neighbors wanted a fence between their house that had no sight lines from the city, and they both agreed that it should be 8 feet, but yet it would come through a ZBA hearing and require a building permit. Is it be 8 rather than 6 foot? I do think that, I'd love to see the governance committee come up with some policy where we remove an ordinance or 2 ordinances for every ordinance that we add to incentivize consolidation. And looking at these ordinances, it's tough to remove an ordinance. It's because of all of the effort that goes into, the language. And so if there is a consolidation effort, and it would go through, that report back would go through the governance committee, and then have sort of an omnibus consolidation of these ordinances so that we're not taking them, at one-offs. I think that would be useful and make it clear in our ordinances. So that's just a requesting report back. And now on to Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll try to keep this brief, given the hour. So we've been meeting once a month, the Sister City Committee. Right now, the Nichinon relationship is very strong. June 19th, 17 students from PHS, along with 6 chaperones, and the principal is going to Nichinon. Next year, we'll be celebrating our 40th anniversary of that relationship. It's actually the 120th anniversary, September 5th, 2025, of the Treaty of Portsmouth being signed. So that'll be exciting next year. Something to plan for. The other cities we are active, Sant'Arcangelo. I always have a hard time pronouncing that. Sant'Arcangelo. I'll get that down. But Jane Farini just came back from a visit. They had exchanged gifts. Sant'Arcangelo. Yeah, that's where right. Yeah, February 2025. Mr. Tom Borelli is taking 12 students from the high school. And then in the fall 2025, they're coming here. We're hopefully Mr. Sullivan will get approved to the board, and he's familiar with the Carrickfergus relationship in Northern Ireland, so we're excited to have him and continue that relationship. I got some exciting news from Nelson, New Zealand. They elected a chairman of North American Friendship Association to explore the opportunity of a friendship city relationship with Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So all looks like that is moving forward, and they are excited to start that relationship. We just need to do all the fine tuning, and we're very excited about that. Just a couple things I wanted to share with the whole council. Principal Kenosi shared with me that we have the shared studios. It's it's kind of like Zoom, but it's a full body. It almost tricks you that you're in the room with a person, and so you're able to do this with other people in our sister cities. So you can actually set up like a dinner table and have dinner with people in Nichinan. So that's something that a tool that PHS has, and we were just wanted to put it out there if anyone has any ideas, events that we could use that at. It'd be very exciting. I think it'd be an awesome experience. The other idea we had also, if there's ever need for art in Boheco Park, we thought of maybe having something themed with our different sister cities, like maybe a piece of art, done from an artist from each sister city. But that was one idea that was mentioned that I thought I should share with the council.
Excellent. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Councilor Blaylock. And still accepting applicants. Here we might have a few more that are going to sign up.
They will. Next meeting.
Councilor Moreau, we got that. Approval of grants and donations, none. City Manager, an informational item.
Two very quick items of note from the last Peace Development Authority Board meeting held on May 23rd. We bid farewell after 25 years of service to Peggy Lamson and welcomed in Brian Semprini, Newington resident, and he will begin serving as that representative. And the other big highlight of note is that the National Visa Center chose to extend its first option for an additional 5 years through September 30th, 2029. Thank you.
Excellent. With no miscellaneous, I'd wait a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Good night, Portsmouth.